Happy Sunday. What's good, everybody? It's me, the artisanmc, and this is the start of the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Shout out off the bat to Malika B. Bain for supporting the stream. And Malika said, salutations for you and the Geek Elite family. You dropped this on Thursday because he likes being an early bird. So appreciate you, Malika. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. And also shout out to the number one wrench in the building, Aqua Techie, for supporting the stream. Aqua Techie said, nothing. Awesome. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Aqua Techie.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lie. Never let a hard time on the once.
One second, let me make this note. It has been quite a busy week. What else is there? Does anybody know if Tony Danza died today? I kept getting news reports on my phone, but I didn't have time to look at it. And it was about Tony Danza being 73. And I wasn't sure if it was that he passed or just something else was going on with him. He was in the hospital or some shit. So one of you news savvy people, I assume, was watching it. So I was curious if you knew. So you can't do it all. I cannot do it all. He is no longer the boss. Wow, Akuteki. He ain't been the boss for a while. He hasn't been the boss for a while. I'm just trying to figure out if he's still sucking air with the rest of us or he expired. It was just his birthday? Okay, I can accept that. I was just curious. I always liked Tony Danza. I think he was like an ex-Golden Glove or something like that. This chair, none of these chairs in here are like up to the fucking table. What is this, a psychological play? Every chair in here is lower? Fucking hell, dude. Anyway. Just his birthday, Sportaholic is saying? Just his birthday. Oh, well. It can be. I saw it was said it was 37. 73. Still breathing as far as I can tell. Okay, so he's not dead. It's like my phone app. One of the things that's eating up all my goddamn memory on my phone. It throws up. See, there it is right there. It throws up news stuff, but the little blurb doesn't tell you much of what it is. And when you open it up, the rest of the article doesn't tell you what the hell it is. It's like, the fuck, dude? I'm not going to another site. Tell me what you have to tell me or stop wasting my time. This whole blurb, they don't say nothing about why he's even showing his picture. Throwback photos to celebrate the beloved star. So the fuck what? Okay, anyway. What up, JT? JT coming through on the Cash App side, supporting the stream. Appreciate you, JT. I will give you a double that. Appreciate you.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
JT said for the spice. Y'all, JT has been deep into the Dune stuff right now. So every time this motherfucker sends me a text, it's something related to Dune. It's funny as hell. It's like, good, I'm glad to see you up on that shit. All his references keep coming back to Dune now. I'm like, that's fun. That's fun. JT, what? Deep. Yeah, clickbait articles. It's so fucking, it's so stupid, Aquatechy. When I go to unlock my phone, the cellular company has this on there. It comes up in between the unlock and me seeing my open screen. I don't even want that crap. I don't even know how to turn it off. I don't even want it. But it's just there. It's another layer in between there. Before you go, let's show you this advertisement. Dude, I don't want the fucking advertisement. I don't care. I'm opening my phone. I'm just trying to get to what I'm trying to get to. Look, I'm pretty expedient. I don't like wasting time with stupid shit. Stop that screen share. Anyway, thank you guys for coming through today. So we got some stuff we can actually talk about today. I finished the Fallout series on Amazon Prime, which I'd recommend you watch, even if you haven't played the game, because this shit is making me look dark as fuck. Fucking skylight. Even if you don't have the game or never played the game, I found it interesting just as a person who never played the game, getting into that world. It was fun. Here we go. Here he goes. In here too. Where is it? There it is. For the spice. For the spice. What up, JT? Yeah, Fallout was good. It was. As somebody who hadn't played the games at all, it was a good show. I got into the show. I was really curious about that world. And I can say this. I didn't get a chance to reach out to Black Bane to see if he was free to talk about it. But Walton Goggins was pulling it off for me. He was pulling it off for me. That character of the Ghoul was pretty cool. The Ghoul was pretty cool. Yeah, I said that. Where's Toya? That Ghoul was pretty cool. I like his look. His look looks really good. His look looks really good. Because they always kind of shoot him in silhouette. And that duster frayed at the ends. Perfect. What else? X-Men 97, episode 6 was awesome. It was an awesome episode for a lot of reasons other than, seeing Dead Gambit. Rebel Moon was interesting. I liked it. I know people don't like Zack Snyder for whatever numerous reasons they pile on. I don't give a fuck. I don't. I'm really this year really evaluating what it is that I like and what other people do not like about certain people. I don't know. It's just I question, which is what I do. I question myself just like I question anybody else, and really ask, what the fuck is it that I actually do know or like about these movies and shit? I don't know. What else was there? Bad Batch was a yawn. I'm just waiting for that to be over. I'm just waiting for it to be over. Then I could possibly put out those reviews. They're up on Patreon. They're not up on YouTube. And that's why. I put them up on Patreon because I didn't have to edit this shit. So I can piss off as much as I want to. I don't have to have a March of the Ducks happening on the YouTube stream. And then Civil War, the Civil War movie. Yeah. I talked about it this week. I believe I talked about it on the Geek Speak. Civil unrest. That was a yawn. It was a yawn. And a bunch of mixed, I would say it is mixed messaging that I didn't find to have a point. Just to make it plain, it didn't have a point. It was pointless unless they want you to remember that, look, something happened in January and we hate the president. Gives a fuck. He ain't even the president right now. You know the one I don't like? The one that got me paying $6 a gallon in gas and wants to be elected again. Bad enough he got to go back to the White House. Now he want to repeat. Oh my God, dude. Talk about an insurrection. Anyway, so let's see who around this motherfucker. We'll get this started so I don't get interrupted. I decided not to try to drive back home because they're burning up my fucking gas for holes and irrigation lines. So I'm here at work and I had to get something to eat first because I couldn't do this show without having something in my belly. So thankfully we had our staff appreciation or whatever this week. Vendor appreciation, which I don't know if anybody noticed this. I kind of want to be an asshole and bring it up in our meeting on Monday, which is why was the vendors appreciation day more money was spent on that than the staff appreciation day? Because we got some bullshit. That was some prison champions breakfast. Serious. These motherfuckers pulled out grills and had games and blocked out schedules and everything else so we could sit there and have hamburgers and hot dogs for these motherfuckers. I'm like, excuse me? Not when I got to go back and do work orders from houses they just finished. You appreciating them for what? More money for the half of the same shit? That's why everybody quit and become a vendor. Yep, $6 a gallon, 607. 607 Friday. Today or yet last night it was 589. Fucking California, dude. In California. People want to blame everybody but the people they elect. Anyway, let's see who's in this bitch. Excuse me. Shout out to Malaki Bean Bay. He came through early because the show did get postponed until this time now. So we'll see if people show up. Like I said, peace and love to the big homie artisan and geek family. Geek Elite family. Appreciate you, Malika. Shout out to 2024. What's that? Chocolate hearts and hands. Peace, BTM. Good to see you. That's me. Aquatech, you said the old school strong with this one. Yes, it is. Anytime I hear a song, that's usually what I do. I go back to the origin, where the song came from. The first time I heard that song, that's why I wasn't giving it a lot of praise for, Kendrick did a diss, Drake and J. Cole. So, fuck what? And that beat was a Metro Boomin beat. I'm like, no, the fuck it wasn't. That's Rodney O and Joe Cooley. I go back to the original. I'm not giving you praise for remaking somebody else's beat, nigga. Fuck that. Who are you, Puff Daddy? I like Metro Boomin. What he did on the Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse soundtrack, I liked. I liked all those songs. That shit, though, I don't believe in giving you praise for somebody else's shit. When you did a remake of a beat. Everlasting Bass by Rodeo and Joe Cooley, and then Easy E. We want beginning part of We Want Easy. I can play that shit for you so you know. He once was a dog from around the way. Easy. And you should know. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is up in the place to be? See, that's the problem. Motherfuckers give praise to stuff because you don't know the history of it. When you don't know the history of it, you were fooled into believing that somebody created something when they ain't created a damn thing. All they did was reintroduce something that already existed. Stolen valor. Me and Joe on the go, moving fast, not slow. Sporting Vilas and Adidas and the summer Kangos. Classic shit. Like so, because it will always be a classic. So somebody else throw some other lyrics on top of it, you'll like the beat again. That's how Puffy got famous. Everybody knows that shit. All he did was remix the 80s. Made you dance to it. Like Let's Dance. It's been around the world. Even stole the title. Lisa Stansfield, been around the world now, yeah. I can't. Come on, man. Y'all don't know what this is? I guess it works months. It'll work every 20 years. Shout out to the Sportaholic. He said, "Happy Sunday, everyone." Artisan, Aquatechie, Malika, 2012. Appreciate you, Sportaholic, for being through. And that is it. Nope, we got JT. Said something for the spice. And we got Ilongo Savage. What's good, Ilongo? Yeah, Aquatechie, the summer is not here, but you know what it is today? Outside today, it is about, it feels like a 70. It feels like 70 degrees. And it was nice here finally after it had been raining a little bit. It's finally nice here. That's what they doing. They fucking taxing them motherfuckers for sunshine. Oh, you want to go out and go somewhere? You want to drag that bolt somewhere? Because it's nice weather? Well, we got you motherfuckers. That's why Tuesday the price, or not Tuesday, that's why Thursday the price went up. Price went up Thursday because they knew everybody was going to be on the road this weekend. Assholes. I spent many hours on the Who Sampled website tracing origin of songs. See, I used to do this, Aquatechie, when in old school days, like Gen Xers know, Malika in here, Aquatechie know, when you used to make your own little mixtapes, cassette tapes and stuff like that, we would actually read the liner notes to see where they got their samples from. Because usually older people would hear it and think, oh, that's so-and-so's song from such and such. These dudes ain't even really doing nothing because they just sampling somebody else's beat or song. Well, what I would do, the mixtapes I would make, I had a series of mixtapes I made all the way up until CDs, right, where you can burn CDs, which I call sample links, right? And what it was I'd play the popular song, and then right after that, I play the song that they stole that beat from, that they got the beat from. And that would be the whole mixtape. That would be the whole mixtape. That's all it would be. And I played it for my kids, so you understand the stuff always comes from somewhere. Every 20 years, they recycle whatever was hot 20 years ago. Because that's how fads and music and stuff like that happen. They just recycle it to trot it out again, to try to get the new crop to buy it again by somebody else. Once you understand that, once you lived at least 30 years and you've seen it happen a couple of times, it gets pretty boring. It makes things get really boring. That's why you wonder why older people, you younger cats, you wonder why older people don't listen to much of this new stuff, because they've already heard it before, probably 3 times already. They're tired of listening to it. You might think it's the best thing since sliced bread. They're listening to it like, dude, this is the 3rd goddamn iteration of this shit. I am so sick of it. I was done with it the first time it showed up. Nope. Another 10 years, here it goes again. So that's what it is. That's why we get cynical. And that's why you get cynical. That's why you understand. I can't listen to none of this new shit. Why? One, it ain't saying shit. And two, it's just ripping off the past that they don't want to acknowledge. We Gen Xers know our shit. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Told you. We that transitional generation. We remember. And that's why they don't like talking to us. Because we do remember. And we are vocal. And we will give you the non-PC truth. Because I don't believe there's any part of honesty that is PC. It's not. They're not inclusive. I'm in Florida. Summer started 3 weeks ago. In California, it's picking up here too. It might skip over spring altogether. But spring and summer here is when they really start taxing you on gas and the weather really gets nice. Because last weekend, it was nothing but booty shorts out. You think, where these people come from? Where'd they come from all of a sudden? Everybody couldn't wait to get their fucking booty shorts on and get out there and throw them little light bright legs out there. And I'm fine with that because I like sundresses and shorts and tennis skirts and legs. Fine for me. It's time to go to an amusement park. There's that song. We're not supposed to like that dude anymore, are we? But summer bunnies drive me crazy. Well, Aquatech said, yeah, I did that too. Called them Now and Then CDs. Yep, I called them sample links because it was always a link to it. And when you've heard enough songs, you can hear it. You can hear it in there. It's like, no, I hear that. That's like with the new intro song, Black Bang got me with what he heard in it. It's like, no, that's the Flash Gordon wedding scene song. Like, what? How did I miss that? Listen, sure enough, it is. Sample. Got me. Snuck one by me. Liked this song and didn't realize why I was liking the song. I liked the original song too. What up, Donnie Mac? He said, happy Sunday fun day. What's good with you? Shout out to the package man. No one coming through. Said, artisanmc. Finally got to watch Dune and I sent you a question on Cash App. Let me double check what we got here. As on the questions for the Cash App. I forgot to write this shit down too. Because I'm going to get so much trouble. Okay. 1 second. Okay. So next shot goes out to, let's say, shout out to Sportaholic. Donating to the stream on Super Chat. Appreciate that. Says, sitting in front of Boom Bops waiting for your song to get played so you could hit the record button. Man, the mixtape days. Yes, it was, dude. You had a dual cassette. You was the fucking man. Dude, can you make me a CD? Can you make me a tape? Yep. What you want on it? Just write down what you want on it. I'll get it. That's how you made love songs, when dudes actually would sit up. At least in California, we would listen to, what was it? I want to say it was Midnight Love. It was something like that. request hour on the radio and shit like that, and they'd play all these damn love songs, and you'd be recording that shit, and you give it to some chick, like, yeah. So when I got into Prince heavy, because my mother had all that Prince shit at the house, I was like, yeah, this nigga talking some shit. Break it down. I don't want nobody else to hear the sounds. This love is a private affair. Interrupt the flow. You better not dare. I'm about to break it on down. Shit, that's my shit, dude. That is my shit. So shout out to Sportaholic for supporting the stream, giving me a good memory. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate the Sportaholic. I realized this when I was listening to last week's stream over again because I did edit it. I did cut off the first 2 hours of me bitching and going the fuck off about life and just left it to the stuff that was pertinent to you guys. It's beneficial to vent at times to get that shit out so it's not living in your head, making you sick, causing you problems. But it didn't need to be saved for posterity on YouTube. It just didn't. So it doesn't exist in that form anymore. But if you have, the point being, if you have a pressing question that you want me to answer, be sure to let me know in the chat that if you've donated and there's a question attached to it so I can get to that quicker. So it doesn't make a disconnect with what I think you were referring to and I never actually answer your freaking question. I answer what I thought the question was referring to and not when you put it in there. Because when I get a roll going, it will be a roll. So first one is shout out to No One for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B. This motherfucker. JT, I hope you're listening to this question that no one just asked me, okay? Okay? I hope you're listening. Now, this dude, No One, the package man, just asked me in his Cash App. In Dune, giving a facial is an honor. Maestro, please. Shout out to No One. I will give you the guts and butts minus a facial.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Let's run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Boy, you are not shit. He is on the board. I don't have the dinger sound right now, but you are on the board for the Ain't Shit Award today. It is considered a great honor to spritz in one's face, to give one's body's moisture to your facial regions. Goddamn, No One. I can't believe, I don't even want to send you back to prayer hands. I'm looking for the slapped head. Where's the slapped head smiley? Because I need to slap my forehead on that one. Like, oh Lord. He went there. He fucking went there. I can't find it. Damn, I ain't losing my fucking vision. Man, I cannot find it on there. Fuck it. That's the one you got. In retrospect, yes, I would think it was a great honor. I would think it was a great honor. You've been blessed. You got the tears of Muad'Dib in your face. But you thought of that shit, and you thought of it strongly enough. Ooh, Jesus. There it is. Somebody remember what it was. He had a quiet storm. Yeah, we had KBLX out here in the quiet storm on what was it? 106.1. I'm forgetting the radio station because it was two stations. It was KMEL and the other one that's out here. I stopped listening to this shit a while ago. And they would play little request hour shit. But the Quiet Storm on KBLX, yeah. KBLX. The Quiet Storm. The shit, boy. You can get laid playing that. You could get laid playing it. Don't let them have a concert or something out here. Talk about love and happiness. Aquatechy, it was a fine art to stop that shit before the DJ start talking. I have it locked in my memory of recording songs off the radio and making a tape and having to stop it right when that motherfucker started talking because he started talking over the last good part. I'm like, this motherfucker right here, dude, I fucking hate your ass. Yeah. Yeah. That was annoying when a DJ talks over intros and cuts the song short. Yep. Mad as hell because I'm thinking I'm about to get the whole song and he cut off half of it. Like, where's the rest? Oh, God damn it. Somebody paying me for this. You're fucking it up for me. You are fucking it up for me, sir. I need the whole song, not half of it. What up, Mr. Third Eye? Third Eye hit the building. Salute. Iwango said, over here back in those days, all the black music in the AM stations, unless you were doing dubs and the sound was going stuck on those homemade mixtapes. Yep. Still have those tapes. I do. I'm not a hoarder, but there's certain things I don't throw away. So I had those tapes still. And those burn CDs. The burn CDs are actually in my car because my car still has a CD player. And what's in there? Burn CD. Burn songs on one thing. My road rage music. Because in California, you need road rage music. What of that JT, what no one was talking about, that is the water of life. That is the water of life. That's how I make that joke, at least. That's the water of life. It'll give you prescience so you can see the future. So you get swollen your future. Definitely using that one tonight, yes. I could help myself. I've been giving out honors for the past 20 years. Oh shit, no one. If you want to be funny, just to like some overshare, something I can't do. Not for lack of trying. Not able to. Nope. Try. Can't do it. I don't know. Call it a mental block. I don't know what to tell you. Do a lot of other shit. That don't happen. Listen to this motherfucker right here. Me too. You too what? Passing out honors for 20 years. Yeah, wow. That's two with no one. Yeah, no one is on the board. Y'all got the bell symbol. Click the bell symbol for no one. Bing! Point for no one. That's two for no one. All right, so let's get into this other shit. What do you guys want to talk about first? Because this is supposedly your show, and it helps if I let you get your stuff that you want to talk about out first, like a good therapist, instead of just railroading you with my shit. And since you guys were pretty patient last week with my venting. I feel I want to give that back to you guys. Let you get your vent on. I just thought about how fucking odd that is to sit on YouTube and bite a piece of watermelon as a black person. That's like gonna go viral, right? Like, nigga, eat watermelon. Told you they love it. Never supposed to let white folks see you eat watermelon. I think I'm missing this potato salad. Malika Me Bain says X-Men 97. Look, he quick on the draw, boy. Ping ping. Episode 6, perhaps. X-Men 97. X-Men 97. Looks like X-Men is winning it. Y'all got to respond. Transformers 1 trailer. I just watched that trailer yesterday. I wasn't even recording that shit. I wasn't planning to, but I saw it. I saw Chris Hemsworth and Brian Tyree Henry. And Brian Tyree Henry sitting up there looking like a young Whoopi Goldberg with that hair all flopped over to the side. She was like, who is this bitch? Is that the dude from Atlanta? Oh, goddamn. Look, man, we was already speculating on your ass that it was just the roles you was playing. Now you're making it look like that is just who the fuck you are. Squishy boy. Moist ass. So I ended up watching the trailer because of that. And some stuff bothered me. Some stuff didn't. It looks interesting to me. So we can talk about that too. I didn't put that on the list, but I will write it on the list. Transformers 1 trailer. Because you see how much it meant to me. I saw it. Okay, moving on. Free paper, boy. Yeah, free paper, all right. Where's that shit getting rolled up? Yes. Donnie Mac say Invincible, Fallout, Shogun, Doom Part 1 and 2, back to back. Ninja Kamui, X-Men 97. I've been so unproductive. Yeah, you have, because I haven't finished Shogun. I haven't been able to get back to it because all this other stuff keeps dropping at the same time. And I got to Shogun late. It was already like 3 episodes in when I got to it. Up to date on Invincible, Fallout, Dune, X-Men 97. I have not seen Ninja Kamui. So that's where we are. So we're going to jump into the X-Men first. Seems like everybody was saying that first. They're Lego and Transformers. What up, Aaron? AP in the building. Not Associated Press. All right. I wonder. So let's see. I'm gonna let Malika decide this one since he want a Gen Xer with me. Think we can trust the chat for a link today, Malika? You think we can? Or am I going to get some penile infractions on my stream? What do you think? I'll let Malika and Aquateki let y'all know, because Malika and Aquateki going to be the motherfuckers that going to have to boot your ass out quick. It's going to have to ping, 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 ping. So I'll let them decide. Should I drop an open link for people to come up so we can talk about this X-Men shit? Or should I just run my spiel, my show solo dolo, and leave it on the flizzo? I'm always cautious. I ain't a stupid motherfucker. Yes, but be cautious. Okay. Give a little payback to the chat. But I'll tell y'all, if your name is in blue in this bitch, you have a responsibility. You are the shooters. I'm the driver, you the shooter. You see somebody in here acting squirrely, drop them. Drop them, yeah. Lightsabers out. There's no stun in this building. There is no stun. These are not practice sabers in here. No. The knives really cut and the guns really shoot. So you see somebody in here acting squirrely, new faces and stuff like that. I told you, I have regulars. This is like Cheers. This is the Geek Cheers over here, where everybody knows your name, and we always glad you came. You see some strangers, feel them out. That's what I do when I mod on somebody else's channel. I feel them out. Who is this motherfucker? He acting squirrely, huh? One false move. Bow! Got you, nigga. You gotta go. Sorry. Just in case. So look, the range is open. The link is in there. But let's not fuck up the stream, okay? So link is in there if you want to come up and talk to this X-Men 97. Please do. If I get some porn, that shit will be shut down and that will be it. I will go to the other method, which is I will just email people directly the link. And that's how we're running. Because YouTube content creators have a responsibility. And our channels actually mean something to us. We don't want somebody else coming through there trying to fuck it off for us. Especially after we have spent years developing this shit. What did he say? Where did Longo plenty other characters? What did Longo say? Saw the trailer. Yeah, I'm Gen 1. I'm G1 since day one, but I don't entirely hate it. Wish they would have focused on B so much. Should be Ironhide or Cup there instead of him. Yes. Yes. I could agree with that. The overfocus on Bumblebee and that Transformer stuff is just because Bumblebee is a lovable kids character that you can sell off to everybody. But to be honest, when I bought my first Transformers comic from Marvel, what sold me on it was the Bumblebee character, the little bug. And seeing how big he was and then how big Prime was compared to him. It's like, shit, these things are huge, right? So there's that. Getting Megatron before he was Megatron and Prime before he was Prime. That's an interesting story in and of itself. You can go there with that. You can. And then learning how to transform. Yeah. Okay. I'll buy that. The goofiness, though, it's this generation, motherfucker. Look around you. These are the people they pitching to. These are the people that they're pitching to. So don't be mad at them for the pitch. Be mad at the motherfuckers who catching it in the face. Water of anti-life. Well, I dropped the link in there. Y'all motherfuckers scared now. Anyway. Won't they take War? Why won't they take War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron seriously? Both great games. I haven't played those, Donnie Mac, but it's the way, what is it? Hasbro, Mattel, how they want to do their shit. It's just how they want to do it. I think the movie stuff is still kind of tied up with Michael Bay, but you have to remember the toy company owns that shit. They do. They didn't give up the rights to that shit so people could make movies. They licensed it out. And they're willing to push forward what they're willing to push forward, whoever bring them a story to sell the shit. I don't think they necessarily care if it's continuity-wise right or anything like that. I don't think they care. They just want to keep putting shit out there so they can keep selling these toys. But that's their job. Hound was supposed to be the kid character before Bumblebee stole the shine. Hound was always the OG to me because back in Gen 1, he was the Army Jeep, right? So it wasn't him. It was Bumblebee and Cliff Jumper, right? They were the two little mini-cons. Bumblebee, Cliff Jumper, and what was that other little green one? It looked like a little all-terrain vehicle. I want to say it was Huffer or something like that. All them little ones was the kid ones. You had to graduate to getting bigger ones like Ratchet Ratchet and Wheeljack and Prime and all of them. You had to graduate to them. That's why they all had skill levels on them. What level of transformation you was getting when you bought it. Brawn. There you go. Thank you, Aquateki. Brawn. Those was all for the young kids. The older kids got the bigger ones because they were harder to transform. That was the whole thing about it. There were different skill levels in that shit. And when you got up to triple changers or things like Metroplex or Fortress Maximus or anything like that, nigga, you needed to know what the hell you was doing. It's a puzzle. It's not just a toy. You had to have some intelligence to get that shit to transform into all them forms. Moron, if you can't, you just get the ones that the legs just fold out and the arms slide out from the side and you flip the hood back and it's a transformer. Better go play with GoBots, nigga. Go play with GoBots or them combiners and the shitty ass made up ones. Transformers was about some skill. More than just playing. You had to know how to transform that bitch. Quick. Everything doesn't need MCU humor. No, it doesn't, because MCU humor doesn't even work for the MCU. Notice that? It works in two places. Two places only. Guardians of the Galaxy and Tony Stark. Everybody else is screwed. They are. It doesn't work. It's like, oh God, they're making fucking jokes. That's what it is. Even Ant-Man, to an extent, I like Ant-Man because he's funny, because Paul Rudd is kind of funny at times, right? So I give him a pass. But the rest of these motherfuckers, I don't need them making jokes. I don't. I'm not saying they have to be serious, but I don't need them making jokes. I need them to be actual people. But then you find out who writes this shit, and they ain't actual people anyway, so they wouldn't fucking know, would they? They are NPCs. The Golden Path. See, I told y'all. Look at JT. Look at JT in here. The Golden Path does not include Transformers 1. No, it doesn't, because, you know, in the world of Doom, they got rid of them goddamn robots. Oh, they didn't want them smart ass robots. That's why you got Mentats, because we don't do smart ass robots here, nigga. Fuck them. They tried to take over. We got rid of their asses. We don't do that. You leave that for Asimov. He overpraised them fucking robots. Herbert didn't. Herbert killed the robots. Don't like them smart computers. Fuck them. They got to do it. You can be a thumper. You can be a blaster. You can be some other shit, but you ain't going to be here telling us what to do. B's supposed to be pretty much a kid. Ironhide and Cup are supposed to be the OGs. Ironhide and Cup are the OGs. Bumblebee is not a kid. He's just young. All right? He's supposed to be like your teen. Because originally he was hooked up with Spike. Right? Spike was a teenager. So he could drive Bumblebee. You have to have a license, nigga. So B ain't necessarily a kid. He's a teen, but he's not a dumbass little kid. There were no dumbass little kids because they were all grown and fighting wars. The whole nature of the Autobots and Decepticons is they were at war. You don't have little kids in war. If you do, those are ticking time bombs. Not cute and cuddly. Excellent games, multiplayer aspect was fire. I'd have to play it to know. I'll take your recommendation though. I was saying the Shi'ar Empire was so was warm and inviting in this episode. No, they not. Yeah, we said we were talking about X-Men 97 and y'all got off on Transformers. But I can do both. It's okay. I can multitask. I can cut both of them down at the same time. I'm the two-blade black samurai. That was broad. Yeah, that was broad. Because the little mini-cons did dumb shit. Yeah, they were plastic GoBots. They were. They pretty much were. Because Because think of it this way: what in GoBots? Who was the Bumblebee character in GoBots? Some of y'all who older should know this shit right off the bat. You laugh, Aquatech. I still got two of them Rock Lords. I still got two, Boldor and Granok. I still got two of them. Yep. Aquatechy for the win. Boom! Points on the board for being shit. Yeah, Scooter. How old was Scooter? Scooter was a teenager. I see he was running around with that little kid who was a teenager because teens could ride a scooter. So Bumblebee is not a kid per se. He's a teenager. He's not a kid. Scooter was the Bumblebee of the GoBots. Leader 1 was a jet fighter, the F-15, who was the prime of the GoBots. Psykill, who was a motorcycle, was the Megatron of the GoBots. So they had an age range. They just stopped at a point. When they kept trying to make younger and younger people like the Transformers, they started making more and more dumber fucking toys. And that's why you got the regression of Bumblebee to always having to be there and being a fucking child in some senses. Well, I'd never give a child a gun and put him in a fight with a grown man. Because somebody gonna get killed. Anyway, link is in the chat if you want to come up. So X-Men 97. I'm glad we finally got back to the point that Charles Xavier was not actually dead. He was shot. He was rescued by Lilandra and taken off into space. And the X-Men just lied and said, you know, Charles is dead. Or they didn't know he was off in space. I don't remember that last episode that clearly, or not episode 6, but the last episode of the original series that clearly where Charles got shot. I do remember him going off with Lilandra, but I don't remember him getting shot. Either way, I like that he showed up again. I liked his voice. The voice actor was fine, right? What I really enjoyed about this shit was getting to see the Shi'ar Imperial Guard, but also getting to see Deathbird. I like Deathbird. She about that business. Lilandra is cool, but Lilandra is kind of soft. She pretty soft. But Deathbird, she about that action, boss. She about that action. And they was there giving it to them, Kree. They was there giving it to the Kree. Now, the shocker for me came in the sense that after we've had what is it, Second Genesis or whatever it was, War Kings and shit like that, looking at those people in that Imperial Guard, said, oh shit, it's Gideon. It's Vulcan right there. Huh. Is he always there? It was Vulcan. The third Summers brother was right there. And Summers brother, not Smothers brother. He ain't there with a fucking banjo or nothing like that. No, he got power leaking out his eyes and his hands and shit. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Cameos among us. You know, cameos abound. And Deathbird, does she have issues? About that shit. Look, one thing I can get her for, she wasn't lying. She wasn't lying. She said some foul shit. Later on in the episode about Xavier and his bloodline and being from Terror and a mutant and that shit. Yeah, she said some foul shit. She did say some foul shit. But I told y'all before, when you read comics, them other alien races don't necessarily like Earth. No. I told y'all one of my favorite stories was when they quarantined this whole sector off, right? Like, you don't go there. You don't go there. Nah. Leave them motherfuckers on their little mud ball to play. Don't bring their ass out here in space, especially not them goddamn X-Men. X-Men come out here, it's always a problem. No, leave them fucking people on Earth. Leave them on Terra to do their shit. Don't you go there experimenting no more. Leave them alone. They're powerful enough. Deathbird was a hypocrite, calling Charles a freak and an outcast among the Terrans when she is a mutant among her own race. Yeah, but you know, pot calling the kettle black, right? But he ain't Shi'ar. He ain't one of us. He one of them. And how that shit works, it don't matter if you are basically a mutant of your kind. You ain't a Terran mutant. Fuck him. There ain't no solidarity there. Yeah, that's what I said. She's on some shit. She got a point. She just, you know, tact is not her strong suit. Nigga, her name is Deathbird. Nigga, she didn't come in like Colonel Sanders, like I got a bucket of chicken for you. No, nigga, she came in talking shit. She came in talking shit and wanting the position. But you think about it, think of that family line, right? You got Dekin, right? Lilandra's brother. You got Lilandra, and you got Deathbird. 2 out of the 3 is about business and kind of crazy. One of them got telepathy. That must have been a reprieve. But Deathbird and Dekin, yeah, they about that empire. They about that Imperium, boy. You will die about they world and they culture. They will kill you about it. They serious. Well, Landra, but I kind of like the little bald cripple guy. Like, because y'all can touch minds. You like an easy mark, don't you, Lilandra? You like an easy fucking mark. Can't get away too fast. Shut down his mind. He knows your parts without even having to touch them. Like, come on, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. A you people moment, if there ever was. Well, yeah, it was. It was a you people moment. It was. And this is one of the things about this show I'm really trying to understand. Apparently, everybody is loving this show. Everybody, apparently, and by everybody, I mean geeks, right? Geeks and casual people who come to this stuff are loving this show, loving the writing on this show. The dude who wrote this shit got fired. What the fuck is going on? I really want to know now. I'm really more curious now about why they fired him. As opposed to, well, you know, he might have hit on somebody and he got some penis pics on OnlyFans. Well, how do you know? How do you know? I mean, he is an outwardly out the closet gay male. So if you know about what's on his OnlyFans, maybe you got something you want to come out the closet about. I don't fucking know. I don't necessarily give a shit. I don't believe that work has a right to be in your social media, especially not a paid site like OnlyFans. It don't matter what the fuck you got up there. I think it's ridiculous that they call it OnlyFans and people think they're doing something respectful other than sex work. No, that's the fuck you're doing, because anybody who gets on there eventually gets to just fucking on camera or showing nudes or whatever else they want to show for money. You pimping yourself. Ho, male or female. So I don't think it should be a whole big stigma about it, but just understand what it is you fucking doing. You are hoeing, in a sense, because you've already set a price on your shit. So, understandably, if somebody offered you enough money, you'd be offline buffing them the fuck off, male or female, gay or straight. You just let it know that you would be down for something like that. That's all. Yeah, exactly. That personal shit, I don't give a fuck about the personal shit. Right? He didn't put that shit, he didn't put it in the show, apparently. Apparently he didn't put it in the show. The show is good. 6 episodes? Bro, 6 episodes is lit. Got people who don't usually even watch animated stuff talking about it and praising it, not talking about it negatively, talking about it to the positive. I'm like, y'all might need to talk to him and see what kind of agreement y'all can come to. Because I don't know, how many episodes is this season? 8? 12? Everybody was making a big deal beforehand about Morph being non-binary. Has that actually came up and been actually an issue? The most that you got was him making a joke to Wolverine in the shower. So the fuck what? He's a fucking shapeshifter. He can be a whole hermaphrodite if you feel like it. Look, you was just watching Gen V, where one of the lead characters can turn into a male or a female. And doing that in between having sex with a chick. Guess it don't matter, does it? Come on, man. Stop it. Yeah, he is garnering some serious eyeballs. Some serious eyeballs. And in a positive. Because make no mistake about it, in the last episode, not episode 6, but episode 5, when they're destroying the mutants on Genosha, there were some same-sex couples there in that shit. Right in the crowd. I think one of them was him. It was 2 dudes right before they got blasted by the Sentinel. It's thrown in there, but it ain't the forefront. So if they fired him for, oh, he's hard to work with and all the rest of that, so the fuck what? I don't give a shit. It's a lot of people hard to work with. All this crap that I heard about Brie Larson, she hard to work with. Tatiana Maslany is hard to work with. Rachel Zegler is hard to work with. You still keep trying to put these chicks in movies. Oh, he just a buff. He don't look like the flamer black male gay. That's what it is. He don't look like the flamer. He look like the stud. Like he ain't gonna be having no chick reactions to shit. He look like he's still gonna be having some male reactions, but yeah, he do like a little bussy instead of the PC. That's what it looked like. You kind of afraid. Because he ain't a small little sissified dude. It don't look like. It look like he'll beat your ass. And proud to be a man. Not trying to be a woman. I think that was the real issue. Yeah, nothing burger. Exactly. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing on that shit. Might have been tofu, might have been soy. There ain't nothing on it. Nothing to bite into, nothing to eat. Just something to say to see if you can get people riled up to not watch the show. And the show is actually good. In 6 episodes. You name me what episode was the worst episode out of these 6. And why? And it won't be because quality was just there. It just seemed like a filler episode. And that was the episode with Jubilee, number 4. The rest of this shit has been good. Even that episode was good, but if I had to pick a low, I picked that one because it was at the end of 3, right before you got to 5. That's all it is. It's just a dip. It's just a breath before you get back into the next shit that has you like, oh my fucking God, dude. Yeah, it was a blink and you'll miss it moment. It was, for the most part. For the most part, that's how that shit can be. It's like everybody else shit. It's not the main story. It's not the main thrust of the show. It's in there though, because that is how actual representation works. It's in there. It's there. It doesn't have to, no, we need lights and pomp and circumstance and shit. You need to shut up, bitch. That's not the show. That's the show you make. That's not the show we making. The show we making is about the rest of this. The quality of the animation art direction has been top notch. Yeah, it has been. The animation has been really good. I mean, episode 5, whenever they get, well, not even episode 5, because this showed up in episode 3. Whenever they get into a fight, whenever the X-Men get into a fight, the animation is really good. That's like almost anime level animation. It's quick, it's fluid. You see some interesting stuff, not a bunch of regurgitated. Didn't you see this in a Star Wars movie? It's a good fight move. I did it too. Shut up. You don't see that shit. You see some actually innovative stuff. 5 got you. With Gambit and Rogue, and they working together, fighting these Sentinels and stuff. Mind you, there's 2 of them fighting a bunch of Sentinels. That shit was cool. Was giving me some what the fuck moments, and it wasn't that people was getting killed. Like, oh, he charged the whole motorcycle, nigga. What you doing? Like Magneto turning the monorail into a Chinese whip. Like, never again. Like, nigga. Bro, he going off. He hadn't caught a flashback. Oh no, you got problems. You got a problem. That is not the Magnus you want to be seeing. Artisan, it's ironic when you finally have a good Marvel show with excellent writing and you fire the writer, not allowing a possible great second season. From what you understand, he wrote the second season already. They fired him before he got to a third one. That's what it was. They fired him before he got to a third one. So to me, what that says is, from what I'm seeing in this season, that motherfucker was on to something. And they didn't want him having that kind of stroke there. So they fired his ass. Because what would it have been? It would have been a black dude, make no mistake about it. It would have been a black male having some working property in the MCU. They don't want that shit. No. Ryan Coogler did real good with Black Panther #1. What happened in Black Panther #2? Who decided to come in and put their little wet lip stamp on it? And where is it now? Ask yourself these questions. Because that's what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is they just want to take his shit now. Yeah, he got it up and running. Good. You get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck on. Now we got this. We got this. Now we're going to go really big in season 3. We're going to push this to the max. DEI on 10. Our way. Seems like you should lead this man to do what the hell he was doing. So I don't know what you need to do. Kiss his ass, jerk him off, write him a new check. Like whatever you did with James Gunn, you probably need to do with this dude. Because he got the X-Men working right now. Because you tell me this. If you found out this dude was writing the first X-Men movie in Marvel, would you watch it? He ain't got to direct it. You get Ryan Coogler to direct it. If he wanted to do it without writing it. But no, you tell me. Yeah, I gotta keep up with the uptake. I might have to stop the show for responses. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Have not made the goal yet. What did Aqua Turkey say? Tickets would be pre-ordered. Yeah, they would be. Because if you thought you were going to see these X-Men in live action, you'd be showing up. You'd show up. Just how they are now, you would show up. And it wouldn't be anything but throwing somebody in the role as the character and putting them up there on the screen. You'd show up. They keep wanting to play in this multiverse shit so much, they could jump right out of the animated universe into the real world. And you'd be like, cool. Great, thank you. That's what I want. But no. Somebody gonna mess up what's working to give you this crap that's already not. Sportaholics said, and the crazy thing is, DeMayo says episode 5 is just a warm up. What? A warm up for what? Oh my God, dude. Look, told y'all before, I don't care necessarily about anybody's proclivity, how they like to get down and how they don't. I don't judge that shit. It's none of my damn business necessarily. It's not. If you drag it out there in public and want everybody to know your business, that's your choice. I don't necessarily care. If I saw you kissing a dude, or kissing a chick, or kissing a donkey on his ass, look, man, it's your lips. You just don't touch me. But not into that shit. But as far as his actual talent and skill, which is not taking D, far as I know, his writing is good. He understands the X-Men as a team, as individual characters. I haven't seen one moment yet, I can't think of one at least, where I've said the character wouldn't do that. Hasn't been. You know what that usually means? This motherfucker actually read comic books. Oh my freaking God. Did he actually read the X-Men? Oh man. Thank you. Yeah, I am too, Elongo. Look, Bob Iger is coming out to be the biggest one, the biggest issue right now. DEIBI, right? Nate Moore, the one who's having this fucking fiasco with Captain America 4. I don't know what the fuck is going on with his little good moist ass. I really don't. And if you've watched any of these Marvel expanding the universe of the behind the scenes stuff, you'll see Nate Moore pop up all the time and see what the fuck I'm talking about. Right? And then Victoria Alonso, yeah. I blame her for Black Panther too. Because make no mistake about it, I was laughing my ass off about it when I watched Double Toasted talking about Godzilla versus Kong, because they saw the same thing I did. Wait a minute, you went underground and we got another group of mystical Native Americans that can't talk. And when I was watching the movie, I'm like, yeah, they can't talk because they're supposed to be underwater. What the fuck? Where's Namor? Where's Namor? It looked like the same shit. I was like, oh, this must be the year of Native American representation. Huh? And every one of your tribes has only been ran by women. Since when? Well, I guess after they killed off all the men, right? It's just the squaws, no braves. Get the fuck out of here. Who was doing this revisionist history shit and letting them get away with it? No. So I blame Victoria Alonso for that shit because that was her push. I blame her for Black Panther too. I know that much. The rest of the stuff that's happening in Disney, that's Iger's truck. Because it goes between different houses, between Marvel, between Star Wars. You sitting in charge of both of those. You can't stop it, then you don't want to. That's your chick over there. That's your friend. Okay. Yeah, fact. Shut up and take my money. Exactly. Why aren't you talking? Take my money. I'm giving you money, man. Man, you don't want the shit? Fuck it then, man. Whatever. It's amazing what happens when you respect the source. Right, Aquatechie? Amazing. Now here's one that'll get you all fired up, right? You saw in this episode, you saw Deathbird take on Ronan, which was cool, right? A Ronan, not the Ronan, a Ronan, right? Or an accuser. It was Ronan, my bad. But you also got to see the Shi'ar Empire and how their society is made up. And Xavier give you a little bit of a, history lesson about how the Shi'ar became the Shi'ar and how they operate and keeping people under their heels so they don't rise up to overthrow them. I'm like, wow, that's some poignant shit to throw in there because that's exactly what happens today. Isn't a certain somebody on trial right now because they want to keep his ass from trying to run again because they so afraid he gonna run again and come back and fuck up their day? Motherfucker run again. That's his right. All this legal shit you doing to try to keep him from running is the actual totalitarianism you say you fighting against. And I'm just saying. Media spectacle. What up, Joe Herb? He said, sorry I'm late. Demerits from Herb. Catholic man, I'm about to go find that ruler and act like the father coming in there and give you them swaps. You late. Brother Herbert, you were late. Pow! Disney has DEI, all right. Diverse executive idiots. Yeah, no shit. Dumb, entitled ignoramuses. Works for me. PTSD, bro. PTSD. I know what you mean, Herb. I mean, look, I was one of them kids, Herb, that used to sneak into the little cemetery at Salesians and fuck around in there. We got chased out of there many a time by the father. Shit happens. That's why I wasn't upset when I didn't go to Salesians. I was like, yeah, they don't want to see me. My face might be too known around there already. Yeah, say your 10 Hail Marys. Yeah, say your 10 Hail Marys. Get on your knees and say your 10 Hail Marys so I can give you the water of life. That shit ain't going away, no one. That shit is not going away. If I had a chick right now, I'd be trying to do that shit. And dude online, no one said this is the water of life. This is a great honor you are going to be getting. Work for it. Holy shit. So the rest of this episode is more so, it can be dwindled down into catching up with Xavier. What is going on with Xavier, where Xavier is, where he's been, and what, his whole thrust is. After he finally, towards the end of the episode, gets a psychic, impression like Obi-Wan Kenobi hearing 1,000 voices scream out and be silenced all at once. He felt it. He's a mutant telepath. He felt that shit like, oh no, what the fuck? And to me, while the rest of the episode was good. That was the real poignant moment for Xavier. I like Xavier. I like Xavier so much. My son's middle name is Xavier. And that's where I got it from. I am a fucking geek, nigga. He knows, right? The fact that once he got that psychic alert, like the psychic life alert let him know that they've fallen and can't get up, he got that shit, it was over for the romance. He was done with romance. He had to get back on his mission. And to me, I thought that was a strong message for men in general. Because Lalandra, good goofy ass, is wanting him to still stay there with her because she's happy with Xavier being there. What was Lalandra saying the whole time? Fuck them kids. That's what she was saying the whole time. I'm happy. I love you. We can be married. Fuck them kids. No. He got that alert. Something was wrong back at home. Like Uncle Techie is saying, mission over everything else. He shut that shit off. Like, sorry, I can't be here. I need to get back to my children. Take care of your fucking family, dude. Respected the hell out of Xavier. That was like his red pill mission, man. He got back on his square. Like, whoopsie. It was good beating up the little bird coach, but I got to get back to Earth. Shit is popping off over there. I need to get back there. I need to get back. But yeah, then we can't be married. That motherfucker, like he for real, he got on his mission. He for real jumped right back on his square. Like, nope, I got to go. What the hell am I doing here? I need to get out of here, bitch. I can't be laying up in here with you. It is serious shit going on other places. I got to get back on my mission. He decided quickly. No, time to go. And I was like, damn, Xavier. Woo, that is Doctor. That is Professor Charles Xavier. He was ready to go. He was ready to go. And I love that part because it shows the sacrifice that he was making. The personal sacrifice he was making for himself for the greater mission. And the greater mission was his mutant kind. And they were in danger. He was the fuck out. I got to go. I do not know Elongo. I wasn't watching Blood of Zeus. Off topic. Yeah, that bird booty. You stop beating them feathers. Stop making Lalandra shake her tail feathers. And I gotta go. Played around long enough. It's been fun. It's been foul, but I got to get out of here right now. Xavier said, "No more honors. Time to go to work." Yep, got to get back to that money. Can't say nothing bad about this series. Love the whole thing. Worried about the next season since they fired the writer, though. That's what he was talking about, Herb. Like, would you, if this dude who wrote this season, apparently season 2 was written by him too and was already done. But if this guy who wrote this season said he was making a movie, he was writing a movie for the X-Men in the MCU, would you go watch it? Would you watch it? And I'm like, fuck yeah, he don't seem like he's missing a beat right now. He understands these characters. Hell yeah. I'd watch that. Sport all water life is going to get me fired. Hey, it is what it is, man. It's a natural reoccurring source. And think about it. Think about it this way, Sportaholic. It does come from a worm. It does come from a worm. You drown that bitch or you milk it, you'll get the water life out of it. Look, I didn't open this door. Y'all want to blame somebody? Blame the man with 2 points on the ain't shit board. That is no one's fault. The package man dropped off this one, and we having a good time laughing about this shit. The punch bowl is full. Fill up your cup. Hell, you artisan. Look, man, this is a finely developed skill I developed in Catholic school. Anything can be dirty. And my brain quickly makes it that way. So look, I'm just serving up what he threw out there. He threw that shit out there. I keep 20 love. Bring me something else. Xavier is proof of a character dedicated and loyal to his children and his cause. That is a true character development in depth. He is on purpose, which is bigger than him. It's a good storytelling. Yeah, it is. What Malika is he not getting back on his hero's journey? Is he not? You don't think Xavier is riding in on his white steed like Odin would if Thor was in trouble? Shit. Xavier ain't coming back to fucking play. He coming back to find out the fuck is going on, man. The hell? Magnus, what's happening? Yeah, package man. The package man delivered them trifling ass packages. We had the ring cam on. We saw you drop it off, and all this bullshit jumped out of it. Whole fucking water sprinkler with a sandworm. You're welcome. And that's why you get a third point. Thank you. No one. Appreciate that. I do like a good laugh. I do. And I will use that. Every time I use that, you will get credit. You will get credit every time I use that. But it does make the title of the Sandworms and Doom a whole lot different. Because I think we're all grown-ups here, but if she ain't ready, you ain't properly warmed up the biscuits yet, it is kind of dry. But if you warm it up right, you do make the waters flow on Doom. And your sandworm will have easy goings. What's the difference between a sandworm and a sea snake? How you massage her. Okay. Back to Xavier and these X-Men. How you massage her. Yeah. Biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy. Oh my God. I don't need no help. I'm an old Scorpio. I don't need no help doing this shit, y'all. I do not. No one to pass me the baton, and I'm out there chopping wind like Cruz. Oh shit. Anyway, so one of the things that I wanted to clarify about that episode of X-Men 97 was that Xavier was on the astral plane, right? Understand, when he got the message, he had connected into the World Wide Web of minds, right? And he saw Gambit there. He saw images of Gambit, of a skeleton, and of Gambit shooting rays like a sentinel. I still don't believe that Gambit is dead, but I think that was a way of Gambit sending a message to Xavier, because he saw Gambit, that the message was coming from Gambit. So I don't think he was dead, because if he was dead, he wouldn't be accessing the astral plane. So I think that's what was happening, that he was informing his, mentor, leader. Hey, some shit just went down. Some serious shit just went down. Because make no mistake, he didn't see Magneto. Didn't see Magneto. So I don't know what that means, because Magneto didn't have his helmet or anything like that on. So I don't know. But I do want to see where that shit picks up. Now, what else happened in this episode? Storm in this episode. This is why I love Storm. I do love Storm. Yeah. Yeah, I believe Magneto was still... Look. Magneto was always going to be still kicking, nigga. That Magneto is a cockroach. And not in disrespect, but in like, this motherfucker always come back. If you don't see Magneto, look for Eric the Red. Or Joseph or somebody else. Magneto, look, you ain't killing Magneto, nigga. The Earth will revive Magneto, okay? Like fucking Swamp Thing of this shit. Magneto can't be dead. If Magneto was dead, he wouldn't even have, well, he was dead recently in comics, but he recently came back in comics too. Magneto can't stay dead. He come back stronger. Again. Learned a little bit more about the spectrum. He said, the writer definitely knows how to bring death, humanity, and relatability. Eric and Charles are two different men with different views, but are passionate and willing to die for mutant liberation. Yes, and they are friends, not gay lovers. They're friends. It did for a moment sound like Charles was talking about Magneto when he was there with Lilandra, like they had some secret little tryst or whatever, but for me, I understand that two guys can be very close friends, just like two chicks can be really close friends. If the two chicks ain't going down on each other, then why the two guys got to be going down on each other? Stupid. Stupid to me, right? So I like to see that they're down for that mutant liberation. They just do it different ways. Because you saw what Magneto was willing to do. He took them motherfuckers up into the upper atmosphere. Like, look, I'm trying to be good. He gave them that Samuel L. Jackson Pulp Fiction speech. I'm trying real hard, Ringo, to be the shepherd. He told them motherfuckers, I'm trying real hard. Because I do want to kill you. But you know what? I'm going to try Charles's way. I'm going to try Charles' way and let y'all live. And see what you do with that. How you think he gonna be coming back after this Genosha bullshit? I do not think he's gonna be coming back to be nice. I do not think he'll be coming back as the leader of the X-Men. No, Charles coming back. I think he's gonna be coming back as a force of nature, willing to wipe out all these Homo sapiens. And Charles gonna have to be there to calm his ass down. Like, Eric, I understand. Let him go. Nope. They had a chance, Charles. The motherfuckers had a chance. They fucked that off. Too many mutant lives were lost. I think he's gonna come back and like the Man in Black. For real deal, trying to take them out permanently. You definitely saw the terrorist become a hero. The peacemaker became the giving father. Yeah, the became a peacekeeper, trying to keep the peace. Magneto, look, I don't think Magneto was dead, and I don't think he's coming back as a hero either. He's gonna be back in black, nigga. Like they had their chance, and they fucked it off. So this is what they're getting. The same way, like Alongo was saying, Storm in her classic costume. What did Storm get? Storm came back in black. Full hair. She lost that bullshit mohawk and, hot girl summer shit and came back as a full goddess. Nigga, I was loving that. And I said it in my review of this episode. That stuff with Storm and the adversary, That was some entertaining shit. That was some very entertaining stuff. If you weren't on Patreon, you haven't seen it yet, which is my review for this episode 6. But one of the things I mentioned in that review is I finally understood what the adversary was. And the adversary was not the Shadow King. The adversary is her shadow. So in Jungian psychology, there is an archetype called the shadow, right? The shadow is part of your personality. The shadow part of your personality doesn't necessarily like you. It's all the self-doubt that you can absorb from the world and all the things that you know about yourself that's wrong with you. And that's what the shadow tells you. Shadow tells you all your self-doubt. Everything that you think is wrong with you, it knows, and it tells you that shit. You ain't good enough. You're not smart enough. They don't like you. They're really hating on you. They're really plotting on you. That's what your shadow does. It does all of that. And one of the best ways it does that is it masquerades itself as people you know. That's why women can always say, you said all this shit to me. You said all these terrible things. You be listening to her like, bitch, I never said none of that shit. In her mind, the shadow is wearing your face and telling her all that hateful shit that she feels about herself. That's why they always having conversations with you, and you have to be sitting there in the moment thinking like, I've never even said anything like that. That's coming from inside of her. That's her shadow fucking with her. Because that's what it does. It tries to fuck you up. That's what this adversary was. The adversary was basically self-doubt. And that's why I was trying to understand while I was watching this episode, because it kept coming and going. And then Forge could see it or not see it at times. I'm like, what the fuck is this thing? It's in her head. It's her. It just lives in that place where it can prey on that shit. And I'm forgetting the line that Storm told her, where Storm finally put it into context, which was that the stories we tell ourselves. I'm like, that's it. That's what it is. Her powers are lost because she lost them. Because she didn't necessarily want them at the time. So her mind made it real. It's like Peter Parker, the times that he lost his powers, it was because he was having a crisis with himself. And if you're in crisis with yourself or in conflict with yourself and who you are, you can't access your full abilities. You never will. But she had to surmount that shit. She had to get over that shit. Stuff it down, chain that demon up in the corner so she can reach back and pull out her goddess powers all over again. And it was a beautiful thing to see. Dude, I felt something in that episode. More than I was trying to feel something in fucking Bad Batch bullshit. You should feel something at this moment for these little kids. I don't give a fuck about them kids. And I don't give a goddamn about Omega. I escaped once. I can do it again. Bitch, you had help. And I'ma say broke your ass out. All you did was follow her route. You ain't did shit. Stupid Valor ass. But Storm, that's what she did. She had to conquer herself. And once she conquered herself, she got her powers back, nigga, in spades. This bitch was flying around like the Man of Steel. Flew up in damn near the orbit. Like, she could breathe up there? Go Omega, baby. Go Omega. I like that costume anyway. She came back making, I don't know how she materialized the costume. It's not one of her power sets, but I guess if Thor can get his hair braided lightning, braid his beard and shit like that for a fight with Thanos, okay, I guess Storm can make herself some clothes out of lightning or some shit. I don't fucking know. Maybe that's part of her magical abilities that she supposedly has in her. But she came back in black, nigga. Like Jordan wearing the full 5. Storm is back on the case with all her powers and all her hair and all her regal glory. The tiara crown is on, and white mane is hanging free. Like, yes, baby, wearing black. Yes. Do it, Shea Butter. Do it, Storm. Do it. So, yeah, I like the classic Storm costume. I like the white outfit, too. Make no mistake, Storm has had some classic costumes. I like her T-Boz look, too. It worked for a while. But that classic one, yeah, that'd be the one. To let you know you're dealing with a black woman. And she's sexy. Smell like fresh air. Just got an air about her. I don't know what it is. Because she's whipping that shit around her. You never see her flap her wings, right? She make those air currents that make her fly. Wasn't the adversary the big bad from Fall of the Mutants? I never read Fall of the Mutants, so I can't say. I didn't know who the adversary was. That was the first time I had seen that character. I must have missed him somewhere else. I believe one of these other geek channels had mentioned the Fall of the Mutants and the adversary, where he came from, because they did their research. Somebody had to do their research because most people didn't know where that fucking character came from. I think that was when they had named it, but I hadn't read that story, so I missed it. It happens. That's what Marvel Entertainment has done in recent years. Last 2, basically. What they'll do is they will go through that character's whole publication timeline and look for little innocuous fucking characters to pull out and use. Because they've learned, like I told you guys forever, the less majority of people know about this character, the more it's better for them to use that character, because they can change it without getting anybody pissed off. Because as much as everybody likes the Guardians, it takes somebody who's reading comics to tell you that is not the Guardians of the Galaxy. That is not that team. Mm-mm. That MCU Guardians, that ain't the Guardians of the Galaxy team from the comics. It ain't. And it's not right. But it became popular, so everybody was like, okay, whatever. Because I was reading the Guardians of the Galaxy before this movie was announced and came out. And they changed Peter Quill completely up to a headphone-wearing goofball from what he was, which was Flash Gordon in the Marvel Universe. Get out there and fight and brawl with Thanos and shit like that, not on no Goofy. Dancing around, acting like Chris Pratt. No, that's not who he was. That team wasn't his team. So, this adversary, though, that was creepy. That was some creepy shit. Because the adversary was doing some straight Sith speak on her ass. Straight up. He was just straight Sith speaking her ass. Like, yeah, no, you don't really need to do that. No. You think you can do it? You think you'd be good enough? I was like, nigga, he was coming out the darkness the whole time. Every time I was like, this motherfucker right here, dude. This is like the It Clown. Like, this is like the goddamn It Clown. Like, get the fuck away from this thing. So I was liking that story. That was a really good story. It was handled really well. And it gave me a sense of elation to see Storm, in a sense, not in the DEI sense, or not in the feminist sense, I should say, but she saved herself. She saved herself. She reaccessed her powers. Wasn't on force to make some gizmo for her or none of that shit. She reaccessed her powers and brought them all back in spades, full confidence. I like that. I like that because Storm's powers, technically, Storm's powers are like Magneto's powers. They are naturally occurring. You should never be able to stop that shit. Never. How do you cut Magneto off from the electromagnetic spectrum when the electromagnetic spectrum is everywhere? Everywhere. It's part of the fabric of the universe. You can't never cut him from that shit. That'd be like cutting Barry Allen off from the Speed Force. Or, excuse me, Wally West. You can't. Nigga, he is mainlined into that. Storm, to me, is the same way. She is an elemental. There's always elements, whatever planet you on. She is tied to that shit. You cannot sever that connection. I don't think. Certain mutants, yeah, they should be like that. Certain other ones, no, fuck it. Fuck them. So, yeah, what's up, JL West? He said he noticed now that if two men or two women being very close is always interpreted as them being lovers. Because this is the alternative lifestyle intruding on normal interactions. It's automatically overlaid on that. This is what happens when you let people put labels on the shit that you do that is actually normal. You can't say what's normal or not normal. They don't like you to say that. But they want to tell you that you having a close guy friend is a bromance. And you were secretly gay. Why? Because they're jealous. And they're trying to make what you normally do as something you shouldn't be doing. For what? In favor of who? In service of what? It's not a bromance. If you had been in a war with somebody and you automatically knew that this dude next to you would lay down your life for, somebody's saying that was a bromance or y'all was lovers or something like that. Oh, y'all broke back mountain band of brothers. Fuck you. You'd be ready to beat their ass about that shit. Because that's not what it is. The fact that they want to, like a silly ass adolescent, want to turn that into something to be mocked, you would be insulted by, because that's all it is. It's shaming you to get you to conform to their way of thinking. I have close guy friends. I have close female friends. You know what? I ain't fucking either one of them. Because I understand normal human interaction, and I did use the word normal, is that you can be close to people without sex being the main thrust of you being close to them. There is more important shit than just how you want to get down. That is one part of human nature, and not even the most important one. That's the only one that happens automatically. That's my spiel on that. Like I said, Xavier is a shepherd, and Eric is a tyranny of fallen and vulnerable mutants, a deadly and useful combination. It is. Because you need, for as much as I like Xavier, I like Magneto as well. And yes, you can talk peace for a long time and really want that for a long time. But at some point, you have to understand that peace is going to come when these motherfuckers can't do shit else to you. Right? That's when it's going to come. When you've either had to fight back and kick their ass into submission, or they understand not to be fucking with you no more. What they did, which wasn't even humanity necessarily, because make no mistake about it, Sinister is a bit beyond being human. He is a bit beyond being just human. Sinister is pretty much immortal now. He started off as a human. Nathaniel Essex was a human being. But from his manipulation with mutant genetic code and Apocalypse giving him immortality, that motherfucker has altered himself so much, I don't even know if you would classify as ever having been human. Because initially, I don't even think he was a mutant. I don't. I can't even remember what his actual. Somebody look it up and tell me, what is Nathaniel Essex's mutant power? I don't think he ever had one. He made himself a mutant by fucking around with their genetic code and putting that stuff into himself. He did what Hank McCoy did, fucking around with his own genetic structure and actually turned himself into a mutant with all these different abilities and stuff. Because he was curious. It's a Sigma for your ass. I'm talking about somebody who don't deviate from the mission. He ain't got a chick. He ain't got a good homeboy. He don't give a fuck about none of that shit. He is all about mission. These genes, how they work together. How can you make this? How can you get this? And I will cut and clone my way to figuring it the fuck out. So, seeing that Sinister was the one behind that Sentinel coming to kill all the mutants, told y'all they was mixing those two stories together. They were mixing that mutant massacre and the E for Extinction story together. And sure enough, you have Sinister showing up behind that shit with Tolliver Trask. Like, oh, okay. So we didn't introduce Cassandra Nova, but we got Sinister, kind of striking back at the motherfuckers. I guess he was mad about his Goblin Queen not working out. Shit, I was happy, like, oh shit, yo, woo, that motherfucker struck back hard. Struck back hard because I can't remember who it was last week who asked after episode 5, would that be something Apocalypse would do? And I'm like, or Apocalypse would be mad about it. I was like, I don't think he would. I think Apocalypse would think that the strong survive. And if all those mutants got killed, he didn't give a shit about the dead ones. You do care about the ones who survived that shit. They were strong enough. They were fit. They were worthy. The rest of them wasn't. That's why they got killed. So I think he wouldn't be having no qualms about that shit. He might be sitting back watching, like, who's left? How many? JLJ and some reviewers on YouTube didn't know about that ability that Forge has. Yeah, most people don't. Most of them don't. They don't understand how Forge's powers work, which I like that they gave that even in the show, Forge gave an explanation of how his powers works. How it works. The inventor. You don't know everything. You can just create it. Tell him what it needs to do. You can put it together. Joe Herb said, to quote Highlander episode, evil exists in all of us. When we deny that, we give evil power. That's what the adversary is, your inner darkness. Exactly, Herb. Why do I say at times that I have my demons locked up in the corner? I know where they are. Because you're not getting rid of that shit. You're never getting rid of it. It It's a part of you. It's like the dark side of the force, nigga. It's still part of the force. So you can't get rid of it. That is the whole point of yin and yang. Both halves of one whole. And they are constantly in their interplay together. You can't remove one and just have the other. You have to learn how to balance the two of them, which means you can have your demons. You just have to control them. When they get out of control is when you are out of balance. And they're running amok and you're not controlling them. So, yeah, that's what I loved about the adversary. When I finally got it, when it finally clicked for me, that's what it was. It's like, I get it, what this is. A contemporary example would be if you guys ever saw the Guy Ritchie movie Revolver. Sam Gold, excuse me, was Jason Statham's character Shadow. That's who he was. That was the exploration of the shadow. I played it on here before, that elevator scene where he's sitting there talking in the mirror and he's talking to his inner self. And what does he say? What's the line from the movie? You'll always find your best opponents in the last place that you ever look. Inside. That is the opponent that you're trying to beat, your mind. Like I said the week before, you step into a ring with another man, they're reflecting you. You're not necessarily in there to beat them. You're in there to beat yourself and prove that you can do this. You are good enough. You do have the skills. You cannot stand up to what you're going to put forth. And you're doing that for the other person and willing to stand in there and let them work that shit through. To prove it one way or other to themselves. That is you conquering your own self-doubt. You conquer a bit of it by just stepping in the ring. You conquer the rest of it by actually putting up a valiant fight. And calming that fear and all the rest of that shit inside of you. That is how you chain that shit up. That's why some of the best fighters are some of the people that can be the most peaceful. They understand themselves. You don't have to be out there threatening to kick everybody's ass. They understand what they can do. And they understand what somebody don't have control of that, what it looks like, what it sounds like. That's why I think at that level you give out more passes than asses. Ass whoopings, I should say. Materialized clothes and the rest of her hair. Well, see, that was the funny part. When she had her whole long hair again, I was thinking of the Angry Man when he talks about he cuts his beard every night and it grows back. Grows back in the morning. Like a femininity is on over 9,000, dude. She got her whole mane back. Her head was shaved. She had a mohawk. Nope. Not after that little endeavor. Oh, no. She got her full mane back. That shit was past her booty. Down to the back of her legs. I said, so is that part of her power? To have long white hair? No, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, Stormy. I like that, Aurora. What up, Zajack? Says Loose. What up, Toya? She said, ow. Smells like fresh summer rain. Yeah, she do. Aqua Techie, like, Someone got her edges back and she tapped back into her true feminine nature. Yes, she did, Malika. Look, she lost the overalls and all of that shit. She lost all of that shit. She lost all of it. She came, that's what I said. She came back as a goddess. That's it. And Elongo looked it up. Yeah, Essex is an enhanced human. Told you. He wasn't even a mutant. He was just a dude. Creepy as fuck, but just a dude. Apocalypse ran up on him, saw some potential, gave him immortality. That motherfucker made himself a mutant. That's why he got so many powers. He's taking it from other people and giving it to himself. Crazy. His power is perpetual whiteness. Sinister, in a sense, is supposed to look like a vampire. But if you laugh about it a little bit, since JT is in here, Sinister, who does Sinister look like in the Dune universe? And understand, one came before the other. Dr. Huey? Sinister looks like Dr. Huey. What does Dr. Huey do in the Dune universe? Who is he? Then ask yourself, who's Sinister? Who's Nathaniel Essex? What did he do? Fun. Nathaniel Essex's power being psychotic and a pain in the ass for mutants and humanity. Nathaniel Essex's power was he was curious, and he didn't have any. The reason he is called Sinister is because he has no moral qualms. That motherfucker is amoral. He does not have any moral bone in his body. That turn of the century shit, them Victorian era shit, he was cutting people open to find out shit. Rudimentary. Don't care. And Apocalypse blessed him with immortality so he can do that shit forever. That was the gift Apocalypse gave him, to work on this genetic code forever. And that's what he does. Nope, he did not get his powers from the High Evolutionary. He got his powers from Apocalypse. Herb say he originally wasn't a mutant. Sinister was enhanced by Apocalypse, then went to town on further enhancing himself like Orochimaru. Exactly. Orochimaru was white as fuck too, isn't he? I would think if you go further back in somebody's mythology, there is probably a deity that has those kind of abilities and looks chalk white like that. Because it keeps coming up in our popular culture. You have a character that does things like that, and he's always pale ass white. I would think that would come from somewhere further back. You'd have to just research it to find out. I thought it was going to be Bastion behind those attacks too. Rob from Comics Explained had threw out two possible, that it was possibly Cassandra Nova, because Cassandra Nova, Xavier's sister, is supposed to be in the Deadpool Wolverine movie. But then he said it could be Bastion because it's a Sentinel, right? And because Cable and Bishop are dealing with the future, Bastion is Nimrod from the future back in the past, changed into that to Bastion, right? Okay, that's all possibilities, but it still left a lingering thing that it didn't completely follow E for Extinction, and it didn't completely follow the Mutant Massacre, even though you know that's what's coming. That's what happened. Basically, it was just two separate events merged over each other, which was the Mutant Massacre, the Murder of the Morlocks by Sinister, and then E for Extinction by Cassandra Nova. And the only character you have introduced so far, the only villain you have introduced so far was Sinister, so you put his ass in there. But you still have the Trask in there to say where the Sentinels came from and why Sinister even has access to Sentinels. Because Cassandra Nova used that dude Trask to do exactly what Sinister said he did with the motherfucker in the show. It's just emerging. You basically get the same point. There has to be an event where a bunch of mutants die. How do they deal with that? Well, these are two events that this is where it happened in the comics. It's merging together, the old one and the new one, and it'll be the same. It's the same point. Then you don't have to do two separate episodes, two separate shows about doing a Mutant Massacre in one, and then doing E for Extinction in another one. You don't have to do that twice. You just do it once and get it over with. And I had that kind of time. Black pill, he the blackest of pills, nigga. I would say he black and red because that's what his colors are. He is black and red. Sinister don't give a fuck about nobody but Sinister. So, yeah, problems. But that's why I like that character. He's really complex. But what was that other episode, that issue I was reading, The Death of Wolverine, where Sinister showed up to get Wolverine's body? And Wolverine's kids was there and they were trying to stand against Sinister. And Sinister ripped Dawkins' fucking arm off. Just grabbed it and ripped that bitch straight off. Like, holy fuck, he that strong? You never know what kind of power this motherfucker got. He don't show it. He don't show it. He always off in the dark doing some shit, working with something. You never know what the fuck he on. Never. You know he working on his science. You don't know where, you don't know what. But that's when I make that joke about, you know, you're a person in the Marvel universe and somebody comes and knocks on your door, what do you do? And if it's Sinister, what do? You probably gonna get cloned. You're gonna get cut up and you're gonna be cloned a bunch. Because he be on that. Ask Jean Grey. He on that cloning. He makes some damn good clones. Ask Madeline Pryor. So there'll be a lot of you. But your original one, oh yeah, you fucked off. You will be a whole human sushi. And he will make many of you if you got something useful to give. He's an interesting character to me. Sinister makes Joseph Mengele look like Mr. Rogers in the Tuskegee experiment, like an annual doctor's checkup. Yeah, that's pretty much what it would be. That's some light shit for him. Like, oh, he just gave some people. What is that? What does that do? No. And he ain't doing no goofy ass experiments like High Evolutionary with making animals that can act like humans and talk and shit like that. Oh no. Oh no. He is on some whole next level shit. That is scary. But that's why you never know what kind of powers he has. Because he does this shit to himself too. And he has clones of himself. So you might not ever know which is the real one you're dealing with. Sinister is a problem. That ain't going away. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Any other questions, concerns, comments on X-Men 97 before I move on to this next little bit? Anything y'all want to throw out there in there? I did put the link in the chat for anybody who wanted to come up and share on this X-Men 97. Hear what y'all thought of it. Mods do have a sniper rifles and sabers out. The range is open. The field is clear. If you don't come up here with no bullshit, you have nothing to fear. Bad Batch, I don't want to talk about. I don't. It was boring. That's about all I need to say about that shit. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, this week is episode 14, which is the last episode. And thank Christmas trees it is. This has not been a good time watching a series finale of a show. It has not. And even now, while I'm saying this shit to you guys, I'm really putting a lot of thought and trying not to curse so much about this show. Because I've been putting more energy into it than I believe they did into making it. The writing is for dumb children. It is. It is. The characters do dumb things. The characters say dumb things. And when I say dumb, I mean taking credit for something that you didn't actually do. In the audience, we as the audience are already seeing that you didn't do that. The other one is knowingly making tactical errors to drive the story so this one character can be at the center of everything. This show is one of those times where I hate that I've actually picked this show to have to do episodic reviews on. And the reason, make no mistake about it, the reason I have a backlog on putting up reviews on YouTube of Bad Batch episodes is because they have been so bad that I cannot bring myself to waste time editing it. I don't want to. I really don't want to. I will do it, but I damn sure don't want to. It's not pressing. I mean, look, you got a review for Civil War before you got a review of Bad Batch episode 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Now, I'm just saying on YouTube. If it's on Patreon, if you're on Patreon, you can see it right now. It's up there. I did 2 episodes back to back and regretted it right after I did it. Like fucking a fat girl telling her you loved her. No. Regretted that shit. Like I could have just went to bed. I really should have just went to bed. I'm tired of shit. And now I'm reviewing something that I actually want to watch. And it's not being good. All right. Well, let's see. What's good, Malika?
Peace, family. How you doing, man?
All right. How are you?
Good. Got off work a little early. Came in.
Good. It's actually Malika. Can't fake the voice yet.
No, it's not a questionable video of questionable things. It's me.
No, some pasty playing with his sandworm.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
That's good.
Yeah, just working it out. So, what you got on this X-Men '97? It seems like you really like this episode too.
You know what's amazing? This is a true test of when you can do good storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
How you can comprise, you can comprise lore and world building in 30 minutes that can make you say, "Oh, this is cool," and you're like, "Damn, it's only 30 minutes."
Yeah,
And
that's what keeps being highlighted every week. Like, how is this so good in 30 minutes, and Bad Batch is so bad in 30 minutes? How can this fucking happen?
Well, you said one thing. The gentleman that's written, I shouldn't say that's not right. That's written. He's a fan.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing when you have to realize when you're writing something, he's writing for the fans, but also he's writing it for people that may not have known of the X-Men lore or the X-Men 97 lore from the TV show. Because remember back in 97, when Jim Lee did the first 12 episodes of the new X-Men run. And then it was doing so well because you couldn't keep those comic books on the shelf. Marvel Entertainment, because at that same time, that's when Marvel Entertainment was launched too in 1997. So they said, okay, we're going to put this cartoon out there, and it's based off of the X-Men comics. And a lot of people, a lot of millennials and a lot of late Gen Xers were saying that's how I got into the X-Men through this cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
So this brother's hitting a lot of beats. My only thing, like this last episode was cool. The storm part was cool. It was a little preachy to me. I understood that she had to overcome the problem in herself, and it was cool. I was like, wait a minute. Can she make her hair grow that quick and her edges grow back that quick and that sexy 70s outfit appear? What that happened? When she get that power?
You know, she's supposed to be tapped into an actual. Calling her a goddess is a lightweight because she's supposed to be tapped into like an actual god. She's supposed to be part of an actual god, a descendant or something like that. So I'm just chalking it up to that because I know that little bit. Everybody else might be like, yeah, where the fuck did that come from? That ain't an ability
I'm
she
like,
has.
hold up. I was like,
She
get the
rewriting
fuck out
matter.
of here. Yeah, I'm like, wait a
Get out of
minute.
here, bro.
Wait a minute. When the mutant power of controlling the elements allow you to fashion leather, high heels, grow your hair back, and have that fly ass tiara. Now, don't get me wrong. I love that outfit. That outfit is sexy as a motherfucker. I mean, if you seen a 5'11" black woman with that cocoa brown skin and long white hair, you know, imagine if you see Amon or Grace Jones walking down the street with that. He's like, hey, what's up, sister? I'm like, how you doing? I'm like, oh, how you doing?
Yeah, and she pleasant.
Yeah.
Like what?
Speaking perfectly articulated English with a hilt of African accent. I'm like, oh, where you from?
And my personal favorite, she ain't got no claws on her hands.
No. Little hint of makeup.
Yeah, sexy. Sorry.
Some dude look at her. Oh, she got blue contact lenses. I'm like, no, those are her eyes, brother. Those are her eyes. But then the Xavier, that was awesome because you saw the political and social machinations of the Shire Galaxy, of the Shire Empire, I should say, the Shire Galaxy, the Shire Empire. Mainly the Shire hierarchy and the high chair, and how the way you can see how they turn their nose down to human beings, because the High Council looked at Elijah like, why are you messing with this lower being? His own people see him as an outcast, and you want to get with him? We have like you said, Deathbird was like, we have bigger fish to fry. We gotta fight Krees. We gotta fight Skrulls. You worried about messing with this bald-headed telepathic dude that can barely walk?
Right. Like you couldn't find anybody else, bitch. What are you doing? Now, see how that plays to me, knowing who the writer of this story is?
Mm-hmm.
That's another version of the Get Out story.
Yep.
If white folks said, you messing with this nigga? Where are you from? Philly? What part? The hood? Oh, bitch. Why you come and bring this nigga here? It's another version of that. That's all it is. It's another version of guess who's coming to dinner.
Yeah. But then here's the thing where what he did was, when he took him to the astral plane, Xavier did one of the best things they did. He's a teacher. So he said, okay, class is, I like when he said, okay, class is in session.
Mm-hmm.
And Deathbird being the aggressive, and she'd allow mouthy girl. He puts the apple in her mouth, tells it sit back down. And he said, and he starts breaking down their culture. Like, it's like, a black man telling people, white folks, about their culture. And they're like, damn, he is right. This term's smart. And even like with Gladiator flies next to him. And I'm kind of glad that, because they always gave Gladiator the big, gruff, angry, strong dude.
Yeah, strong dumbass.
but he's talking to Xavier about this statue, and Xavier says, "I know what it is." He says, "I studied your culture the first time I got here. I've understood it." And like, Gladiator had to give him the side eye. He's like, "Oh, this is not just a dumb guy." He's like, "Okay."
Well, here's the funny part about that statue too. Two things. One, you have to remember Xavier is a professor. He's an academic, right? And the fact that he came to some other culture and he just lay around and just keep hitting the bird and shaking the tail feathers. He actually was studying their culture and giving them a history lesson on their own culture. The history lesson he was giving Gladiator was about those two gods standing up there. And I remembered those two gods from reading The Mighty Thor with Jane Foster. Those were the two guys Jane Foster had to compete against for worshipers.
Oh, okay.
They had a competition. She had a competition against those two guys. And Jane Foster is an atheist. She don't believe in all that worship shit.
Okay.
But she had to compete against those two motherfuckers, which was interesting. I was like, oh, and here they go. I know who those two people are. I've seen them in the comic.
So to keep
it was fun for me, right?
Now, what I love is when you're seeing the two main people so far, Magneto and you're seeing Xavier, and you're seeing the dual natures of, Magneto is the extremist, but he's realizing he has to pull back, and like the trial of Magneto, which that was, I remember that comic because it was Chris Claremont and John Romita Jr. And it was unique because Magneto turns himself into the UN, and actually Fenris is the ones that wanted to kill him because remember Fenris were the mutants and they were Baron von Strucker's kids. And they wanted to take him down, but they wanted to kill Magneto, but also they wanted to destroy the UN, but Magneto wind up saving the UN like he did in this episode.
Right.
But it was showing how Magneto, I like with this episode, but also even with that comic, Magneto is not megalomaniacal. He doesn't want carnage. And you've seen enough of it for him being a victim of Auschwitz. But at the same time, you're seeing that's messed up.
Right. Point for no one. That's 3. That's 4.
So that would be SYSMM. Save yourself, mutant man.
Fucker. Fucker. I almost got a orange juice out my nose.
I bet.
Save yourself, mutant.
No, save yourself, mutant man. SYSMM.
Saved himself. Intergalactic passport, bro. He didn't just go find anybody. He got him a ruler of a whole imperium.
Exactly. He got himself a princess.
Oh shit. Queen. He didn't aim for the bottom. That motherfucker shot to the top. You know Xavier got game. He can't even walk, nigga. He pulled her ass.
And this could be a pun. She literally got him off his feet.
Man.
And it was but you know what's funny in that episode? Like when they're walking in the garden, you can see the people like talking and saying, pointing at Xavier and everything, and just saying stuff. They're like, oh, there's the Terran over there. There's the weird one over there. I was like, Dad, that's messed up. But that's the truth because the writer was showing stuff like, from you gotta take it. I'm not doing it. I'm just putting out there, taking it from a black man's perspective, but also a black homosexual man's perspective. He's showing it how the way people are always going to point the finger. They're saying, oh, look at him, or you're not. The hard part is you're not respected. You're always rejected, but at the same time, you have the ability to save humanity, and people want you to save humanity, and you've done it over and over again but you can't even say thank you. And that was the thing where like Cyclops was just pissed off when he was talking to the reporter.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that scene. Like Scott went in. Like, damn.
And it was just so, you know, Beast was like, he was the more positive, rational one. Like, you know, Cyclops was like, man, fuck y'all.
Beast was simping.
Yeah.
That's his girl.
He's trying to be the
That
politically
ends up
correct.
being his girl. So he was simping.
He's trying to be the politically correct person.
He's trying to be blue pill.
Yeah, literally.
Literally. And Scott was
Red.
red-eyed. He went red pill.
Yeah.
Like, y'all lucky. We ain't like you, okay? All right, bitch, you're going to keep asking me these stupid-ass questions? We ain't like you. And you lucky we not, because you wouldn't even be alive if we were. And I'm out. Cut the camera, get this goddamn mic off me.
Oh my God, why are you so violent? Because I just given my son up. My son got infected by this weird vampire looking dude. I had to save him. Come to find out my wife ain't really my wife. And half of my life is a lie. Come on, what do you expect? And you want me to be kind, a kinder, gentler mutant to make you feel comfortable.
Man, fuck all that.
And I don't know, man. Like I told you, man, when I saw that episode of episode 5, and Leech is hugged up to Magneto, and Magneto looks down at him, and he says something in Polish or Jewish or
German.
Yiddish. German?
Yeah, it's the German.
Is he a German? Is he a German or is he Polish? Because before they said he's Polish.
I believed he was a German Jew.
Okay.
I thought that's what it was. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. He could have been Polish. But, well, Leech, yeah, he spoke to Leech in a different language.
But when he said to Leech, don't be afraid, my tears started to well up.
Yeah.
And I said, that's where you really saw the humanity of Magneto, that he really cared. Well, you were seeing the humanity of him anyway, but when you really saw the humanity that he says, no, like when he says, no, not again, you understand that's not him just against mutants. That's just a lot of stuff from just being just people. Just this man going through Auschwitz, just going through like everything. And he's like, and just seeing mutants die, his heart going out there, and he was going, you know, no offense, balls to the wall. He's like, no, I will die for my people.
Because he's seen his people be killed before, and that's what he meant by not again. Before then, he was a child, right? And he saw his people killed, you know, Jewish people. As a mutant, after discovering his mutant abilities and stuff like that, he ain't doing that shit again. Because he's already seen how this story plays out. You don't want to see that shit happen again. He's serious. He's just as serious as the people that come against him.
And what I loved about I love the Gambit in the Rogue Talk. Gambit is like, you know, he's still trying to be, you know, the macho guy. You know, he's not going, you know, I'm not going to crack. A few tears ago, but he's like, okay, we'll be friends. But at the same time, and here's the funny thing. Here's where you don't see any Mary Sueism, any selfishness. When they realize, okay, we may not be together, but they realize their cause is bigger than whatever it is with them. And even like the romance or whatever, this romantic triangle stuff. Oh, no, we X-Men, we got to go to work. We ain't worried about that. And at the same time, she was getting emotional. But this is the great thing. Well, you know, a woman's emotional. She's going to react from her emotion. She wants to do something. Where you see a man, we see both men are trying to protect her and not get her hurt. Magneto puts that big girder around her to push her back. No, stay back. Gambit wheelies that motorcycle, charges it up, explodes it to knock her back to protect her. And I said, there you go. He's telling her, slow down, Sherry. No, no, no. She wants to get her emotion. No, but it shows how the way there's a combination and a balance where a man's trying to regain control, but at least even though when Master Mode had Gambit, Gambit was like, "Hey, you don't know who I am, do you?" And he says his nice little line, which was kind of cool.
Mhm.
I got a little choked up, but I didn't shed a tear when it was like, I can't feel you, Cher. That didn't. I got choked up with that part, but I love that scene. That was a very, very good pivotal scene.
Yeah.
Master Mode was just like, all right, killed him, time to go. Walked away. I was like, that was just a pimp move. Just walked away. But I just wish Forge and Storm could have got on before they turned the TV on and stuff. I was just like, all right, Forge is healed up. I'm like, all right, Forge got the little he got the little combination of African shea butter and some Indian solution, and he's like, okay.
Shea butter and aloe. Yeah, you got that
Yeah,
aloe from glow in the dark cactus. He good now.
yeah. Let's get to down to get some mutant making love. I know you was with the King of Wakanda, but let's get with the cybernetic Apache. Let's see what's really going on here.
Yeah. Well,
And
at
it
this
was
point,
funny.
at
I was
this
looking.
point, she got to Black Panther after Forge. So
Yeah,
Forge rubbed that cactus on herself. It might have did something for his yang or something.
that's all right. You mean to tell me if you seen that woman, you'd be like, hold up, what's going to be cool?
Yeah. Well, that was the only thing I felt was rushed the episode because she said this time in this episode, episode 6, she said she loved Forge. She said, I love you. I'm like, that still doesn't seem like it's earned yet, baby girl, but whatever. Y'all do
They
what you
trying to
do.
rush it.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to earn, but okay, whatever.
But when I look, like she turns the TV on, and I'm looking at the TV. I said, "Why they got the box? Oh snap! 1997. Okay, it's still 97." I said, "Okay, this is because I'm still thinking this is a period piece." I'm like, "Okay,"
Mhm.
and then you see her tearing up, and you see Forge got that look on his face, and I'm like, "All right, let's go." So Forge is definitely coming with her. Xavier, he got to take an intergalactic trip back to the Milky Way.
Yeah, you gotta catch that in a galactic greyhound.
Yeah.
Tell the Landry, get that shit, bitch.
Yep.
Pull the car around. I gotta go.
So I like it. It's cool. It's entertaining, but it's not just entertaining to the fact of like, ooh, it's cool. It's taking you into that world. And what I like that they did with the first episode, it automatically reminds you of, okay, mutants aren't liked. This is a place where these people are outcasts. They're still seen as funny thing. They're still seen as lesser human beings, but they're powerful, and they're still seen as problematic to the public.
Mhm.
But at the same time, they're still holding on to Xavier's dream for peaceful coexistence between human beings and mutants. And
It's the gaslight of it all, isn't it? That they're you can't trust them. They're dangerous. It's like y'all the only people, y'all humans, the only one killing mass numbers of people. You realize that?
exactly.
These motherfuckers just want to be left alone. Y'all killing folks wholesale,
And the
making
thing is,
machines to kill them wholesale. They ain't made shit to kill you yet.
yeah, the legacy virus didn't come out yet.
Yeah, no shit.
But it's cool. I like when they put Nightcrawler in. It was when they were showing Nightcrawler teleport. I said, "There you go. That's how the way you make him teleport." Because the first time when they were showing him on episodes, he was like, "All right, you can teleport here, teleport there." But it was like, no, he was teleporting because it's like second nature to him. Like how the
Mhm.
way we walk or the way we run, he teleports and moves around, and he's teleporting people, which was cool. And how the way he was moving around. I was like, that was awesome. The Easter eggs of different mutants, the Easter eggs of posters, Dazzler, next album coming soon, like little stuff like that.
Hmm. Yeah,
You
Dazzler
know,
got some due in episode
yeah,
5. Dazzler got some due. She had some place where she could perform. Like, oh, that would be cool.
and it does fan service. It does good story service, and it shows it keeps people going where it's not just a bunch of superheroes on the screen fighting, and also what we were lacking in the creative space of Marvel that because all of us were given the side eye, like, all right, here we go. Is this
Hmm.
going to be some other turds that Disney's going to drop, or is this going to be good? And like after, all right, the first episode said, hey, the first episode's kind of cool. Then the second episode, we're like, oh. But then the 5, we like now we chomping at the bit, like, all right, what's coming next? What's happening next? What's happening next? And then we see something that is great that's there. That's what it is this great storytelling, great character development. Like how you said, we're seeing Xavier's story arc. We're seeing, like how you said, okay, what makes the X-Men great? Like they work together as a team. Like a lot of people said, like when they were falling out of the sky, when they go over the area where Bolivar Trask was at, and like the Sentinels and Master Mold destroyed the Blackbird, but they kind of formed like an immune system. They got, and I said, now that was cool, but they
Hmm.
train. They train. I said this to my best friend. I said there's certain groups of people in comic book universes where if you ever train with them, you know you're going to be the best. I said anybody from the Bat family, you train underneath the tutelage of Bruce Wayne, you you're going to be
Bruce and
one of the
Alfred.
best.
Yeah.
You going to be whoever anybody in the Bat family. Okay, criminology, martial arts, stealth, other tools of trade. Oh, you're gonna
Investigations,
yeah
tech.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you covered. You covered. You're an
Um,
all round hero.
if you're a mutant and you train under at least 3 people, Cable, Charles Xavier, and Magneto never. I would say Cable, Charles Xavier, and I would say Cyclops.
Mhm.
You gonna get some training, bro.
Your work will be done. You will get
Exactly.
some work in. You,
You
it
gonna
will
know
be
how to fight whatever your ability is. All right, if you know how to make papers fly and give somebody paper cuts by paper flying, okay. Are we going to learn? We're going to teach you how to use that and make
especially,
that.
yeah, especially Cable, because Cable ain't nothing but a soldier.
Yeah.
Cable is nothing but a soldier. X Force. The reason it's Force is because that's what he know how to do. That's just what it's gonna be. Six
Because
pack,
remember,
whatever. He just got mercenaries. He is a mercenary with mercenaries. That's what he does. So
I
yeah.
remember when they were doing the Mutant Massacre and they were
Mm.
trying to get teams together, and Cable told off Xavier Magneto inside. No, he told off Xavier Magneto. He says, now you need us. He said, you threw these kids aside. I did something to them that you never did. And like, what do you mean we did? I turned them into soldiers, what they needed to be. And, Xavier's kind of talk real calm and like, Magneto had to tell him. He said, he's right, Charles. He turned them into what they need to be. He
Yeah,
didn't turn
that's
them
what
into pacifists. He turned them into soldiers, and that's what they needed to be. So you threw them aside when they really needed somebody. And that was the cool thing where I thought that, okay, for mutants, it's front line. But then after that, they took that throughout the mythos, like, okay, mutants needed to learn how to fight, need to learn how to use their abilities.
well, they have to use them. They need to learn how to use their abilities for more than just defense. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Because Xavier is all about protecting mutants and humanity, right?
Mhm.
Which is all well and good. Magneto, he always has teams, but you never hear him talking about his teams really being good. They end up getting disbanded because he don't necessarily train them like that,
Yeah.
right? That's not his acumen. He always ends up getting turned on and shit. Um, Emma Frost, for better or worse, she had the Hellions. She
Mhm.
had Gen X. She can train some people to use their abilities well because that's what she's good at. She's good at figuring out how to use your abilities most effectively, right? Or what the extent of your abilities are. But Cable is just a stomp down soldier. He is from a future where war was all it was. There
Mhm.
was no parties and hanging out and none of that bullshit. No, it was war, and you were fighting for your life all the time. So
You
when he
know,
took X Factor, Cannonball, Boom Boom, Warpath, all these dudes, all these new mutants, and actually turned them into a fighting force,
mhm.
they were on a little different scale than the X Men.
Mhm.
They're about as good as the X Men, but they're on a different scale because they will go in for the kill in some senses. They won't kill you, but they can go in for the kill.
Mhm.
Because make no mistake about it, there ain't nothing nice about Boom Boom, later known as Meltdown, dropping some of these detonating balls of plasma on your ass. There's nothing nice about that shit. This is an offensive force,
Mhm.
not a defensive force. This is an offensive force. That is what X Force is. They go in for the kill. Right? So these are mutants that can actually hit back
And
or hit first.
you know what I call Cable the Kyle Reese of the X-Men universe.
Yeah, he is. Michael Bean like a motherfucker. He's Reese. I'm here from the future and it's bleak.
Mhm.
So y'all need to get up on your game.
He said, Rachel, she was cool. She got comfortable here. Bishop, he was kind of cool. He said, no, I'm telling you what it is. T.I. is. This
Mm-hmm.
is it.
Don't have time for this bullshit games.
And I agree. I liked how the way they explained Forge's mutant ability, which was cool. And I'm glad they showed him that he was a sorcerer too.
Yeah, he has some magic. That kind of took me back. I'm like, does Forge have some magical powers? And then I was vaguely remembering. I was like, yeah, he's supposed to kind of be a shaman, isn't he? I was like,
Because
okay.
remember when they had him, he had the old guy. Matter of fact, all right, here's where you tie it in. The old the old guy that was his he was like the mystic guy that was hanging around Forge. He was like the elder. Remember going back when when Forge came in the comics, right? There was this older Indian guy that was hanging around him in his complex,
Hmm.
and his name is Nazi.
Okay.
Um, he got possessed by the spirit that was in the cartoon. What's the spirit in the cartoon that Storm had to fight?
Mojo?
No, no, no. In the latest episodes, the spirit,
Oh, the adversary.
all right, the adversary possessed Nazi and took over his body, and that's where we seen the adversary because we thought Nazi became evil. No, he got possessed by the adversary because this is what the Silvestri run. The adversary had like the traditional Indian pants on with the loincloth, bare chest, and the headdress, but he had the big smile. But his familiar was an evil looking owl.
Hmm.
So they kind of meshed together. They just took the Forge's Forge's elder or protector, because that elder and protector was the one that taught him sorcery. And his elder and his protector did not like Forge combining mysticism and cybernetics and technology.
Technology, yeah.
Because remember
Natural and unnatural worlds.
Yeah. But Forge, because of his mutant ability, he found a way of making a balance with both. And Nazi just didn't like it. Like, because remember in the comics when Forge first appeared, he had Five Eagle Plaza, his complex down in Dallas. He had this big, beautiful complex, but when you walk into it, all of it's all holographic inside. But when you went into Nazi's place, he had it looking like the Arizona tundra. But like Forge's place, everything was highly technological. Like you had no floors, everything you could walk on, everything was like an MC Escher painting. But Nazi never liked going out, and Storm was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, Nazi was like, "Stop bringing outsiders in here." He says, "You have a bigger purpose." And Nazi's the one that taught him sorcery, and that's how Forge protected himself and survived in Vietnam when his whole unit got killed.
Mm-hmm.
He called on the evil spirits of his ancestors to kill the Viet Cong, and that's how he survived, and that's how he had lost his hand and his leg in that fight. So that's a little geek history right there. But that's why he doesn't like using mysticism that much, and especially for hurting or killing, because it can get out of hand. But yeah, he's no shaman from Alpha Flight, or definitely no Doctor Strange, but he does have a level of mystic knowledge, and they showed him doing that and combining mysticism and technology.
Well, that's good to know, because that's why I said I vaguely remembered him being like a shaman or something like that, because most of the things I key on in the X-Men when they put Native Americans, these original characters, is that they were all from different tribes,
Yes.
but they always give them a little bit of a degree of magic.
Mm-hmm.
Like Danny Moonstar is an Apache or Navajo or something like that.
She's Navajo.
Right, she's a Navajo.
Thunderbird
Forge, I think it's supposed to be Cherokee or something.
Yeah, he's Cherokee.
That. Right.
Thunderbird,
Warpath and his brother are
Apache.
something Apache, right? Something else. The different Native Americans are in the mutant race that are mutants, but they are from different tribes, and each one of those tribes have their own degree of a little bit of magic in them. Right? They just do. Shaman, like you were saying from Alpha Flight, he is a straight up shaman. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. His name and his resume, shaman.
Another history. Carl Potts. He's the one that created what they would call the back in the mid 70s when they brought out Wolverine, Colossus, Nightcrawler, Storm, and Banshee.
Team two.
The UN team that he called the United Nations X-Men.
Yeah, that was the second team of X-Men. The Giant Size.
He did his history. And the reason why he made Thunderbird the Apache, and if you notice, the Thunderbird outfit has the actual Apache design, Indian motif design of an actual Thunderbird. He wanted a warrior. And from that area of Arizona where the Proud Stars grew up, with Jamie and John Proudstar on their reservation, is an Apache reservation in that area. Mm-hmm. And I was like, wow, he did some history on that. So that was cool.
Yeah, well, that was when people actually did, actual research on stuff that they were writing about and based it on the real world. Real world in a sense that they use real world locations and locales, but let that inform how they told their story instead of being, no, this needs to represent the real world. No, it's fake, but you can use some of this real shit because it grounds the story in a way. You don't all have to be pie in the sky stuff. So did you, terrible transition incoming, but did you ever watch any of this Fallout show?
No. Since you said it, I definitely, how many episodes are there?
8. It's just 8.
So I'm off. All my days are off for coming up tomorrow. So
Yeah, you got Monday.
I'm going to binge watch them since
Yeah, you can get through that one pretty quick too.
okay.
But I would say definitely watch it and pay attention to the story. Because if you haven't, I'm thinking this show is working better for having not played the game.
Okay.
Right. But people who've played the game like the show. They're not
Mhm.
squawking too badly about the show. Right.
Okay.
But it's mostly for people who don't know the game. I'm interested in this world.
Yeah.
I'm
A
really
lot of
interested.
people said the world is cool.
The world building is cool in this. The characters living in the world is like, man, this is some rough shit. There's a dude in that bitch got shot with a tooth.
Mm.
This is after, a nuclear, bombs and gone off, right? Dystopian future in a sense, right?
Mm.
They ain't got a lot of stuff. This motherfucker shot this dude with a tooth.
Oh.
He had to pull it. I was like, dude, what kind of infections and all kind of shit? Yuck. Yuck. He didn't just bite you. He shot you with a tooth. It probably ain't even his. Like, ooh, living is different down here. There's some different shit going on in here. But I saw my boy FD Steven the other day, right, for this vendor's barbecue. And he was asking me about it. And he came, as soon as he came up to me, he repeated the line. He said, you make my penis explode now? Like, I was like, bro, like, here you go with that. I said, she was full out, man. You don't see women like that. They're like, you want to have sex? Like, the fuck? No, I don't do that. Because it's gross. When you do things, it swells up like a pimple and pops. No, that's what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen like that. I'm like, what the fuck? I say, that's right. Nobody is teaching them about sex in the future because it's just a bunch of dudes around. God, fucking hell. The show itself is interesting as shit to me.
Mm-hmm.
It does look cheap in some areas, but here's the part that I get on the show that I really enjoy the show for.
Okay.
Watch who the executive producers of this show are.
Okay.
It's Jonathan Nolan.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
Lisa Joy.
Okay.
Jonathan Nolan is Christopher Nolan's brother. They do movies and stuff like that together. And Lisa Joy is his wife, right? She does Westworld for HBO.
Oh, so it's going to have an excellent.
That means the special effects will be very good. There will be some women centered in that shit, but it's sci-fi. They do sci-fi really well. The last movie they did together that I went and saw that I liked with Hugh Jackman was Reminiscence.
Okay.
I like that movie. That movie was very visually interesting.
Okay.
Right? They're the ones doing this.
Was that the one where he has to go back in time, or he has to go through time to get his wife or something?
He's going through his memories.
Gotcha.
To solve his wife's disappearance.
That's right. You gave you talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing bits and pieces on it, and I was trying to find it online. And I was like, and I remember I was trying to get into it. And I was
it's on I think it's on Max or something like that right now.
Okay.
It should be on Max because it was she did it through like HBO or some shit like that. So I think it should be on Max right now. But I thought it was a really good movie. It was a very interesting movie with Rebecca Ferguson was in that one too.
Yeah, I remember she was in that one. Okay.
Yeah, it was had some really interesting visuals, and that was Lisa Joy directing.
Okay.
And executive producing that one, and Jonathan executive produced it with her. Like, I'm all for couples, right? If y'all can work together, y'all can work together. You can get something done. I don't devalue what women can bring. It's just a type of woman who can bring something. It's just different. It's just like a type of dude. There's some dudes you wouldn't want them to write you a story because every chick will have an apple in her mouth and something hanging out of her butt or some shit. Like, dude, you have no imagination. No, but this is hot. Like, you a perv. You are a whole weirdo. Like, dude, put some words on the paper, please. Like, Jesus. But
I feel that way sometimes with the writers that do The Boys and
oh yeah,
Generation V. I'm like, all right, frat boy humor and just the sex out humor. I'm like, all right, daggone, really?
Yeah.
Because like what got me with I'm sorry, I didn't want to divert. Please, I don't want to be rude and divert because you were talking about
No, that's Seth Rogen and his buddy. That's what they do.
and the other guy who
Was Evan? I think it's Evan. Evan Goldberg or whatever his name
Evan
is.
Goldberg, because he's a comic book writer too.
Yeah. So Evan is responsible for Gen V. Seth is responsible for the boys and Invincible.
Yeah.
Does it make sense now? Like, you know what they do.
But
you not see Knocked Up? That other shit that they done? Oh, come on.
Kevin Smith did Knocked Up.
Did he do Knocked Up?
Yes, he did.
Not Knocked Up. I'm thinking of Superbad. My bad. Superbad.
Yeah.
Because Knocked Up was their story. It wasn't. Kevin Smith might have directed it, but it wasn't his thing. You're thinking. I know what you're thinking of. They did Knocked Up. You're thinking of Zack and Miri, where it stars Seth Rogen, but it's a Kevin Smith movie.
Kevin Smith did Zack and Miri did a porno. Yeah, my fault, brother. Thank you for
No, no worries. It is what it is. Look, we both Gen Xers. We know we ain't seen a lot of shit, dude. We flipping through through the files, flipping through the files. Oh wait, no, that was you're right. That was the other one, not that.
But my thing is, I don't mind the dick and fart jokes, and I don't mind tongue-in-cheek sexual humor. But I'm like, okay. After a while, it's like, ooh, all right. Like, and I'm a dude that I can take it and I like it, but then I'm like
you got 2 more seconds of this, and we should stop now. You're still going. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you still going? It's over. It's over. You letting it go too long, right?
Oh, talking about if you're looking at the stuff, yeah.
The sex jokes, yeah. It's like, dude, you're just taking it too far. Just touch it and we can move on. We all know sex exists. But you still too preoccupied.
And it's just like, damn, like I'm like, damn, y'all motherfuckers never got me. I mean, come on. And I'm like, all right, all right. I know we geeks and everything. And
you saw Superbad. That was they growing up story.
And that was fine, and it was fun. But after a while, it gets like, and I know it's college. We all went to college. We all, horny. Horny people in their late teens and early 20s. Understandable. There's sex, there's drugs, there's, F the system, there's click stuff. But then we put it in modern day, the 21st century, 2023, 2024. All right, because my mom happened to be over and she's watching it. And she's looking at it and I tell her what it is. She's like, oh, that's interesting. Super, and then she starts seeing like, didn't she just meet this dude? Why is she having sex with him? She's like, damn,
that's kind of fast.
But no, she's talking about damn, and like, but when she starts seeing like the chick that shrunk, and she saw the dick, and she's like, what? And she just started laughing, and I was like, yeah, mom, it's that thing. She's like, oh my god,
yeah, they did the same. I mean, Gen V was good, but if you really think about it, they pulled the same gag they did in The Boys. Yeah. Last season of The Boys. What'd you have? That shrinking and growing dude that was jumping and running up people's urethras.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was like, all right.
On the reverse, you had a girl who was shrinking down to grab a hold of somebody's little magic worm and make it squirt. So he could feel like it was really big. I'm like,
and it was cool.
It's a bit far for a life.
But, I mean, I don't mind it once, but then also it gets to the point I'm like, all right, dang, y'all just going for the crazy sick stuff. It's not sick stuff, but this gets a little bit too much. Now, my jam, and they tease us and they tease us a whole lot with this show, but it's a good tease is Invincible. Because they're only giving you just enough episodes.
Invincible, they hit the sweet spot. And I'm really thinking of that now, where there was a conversation like a year or so ago about really figuring out this streaming thing and what was a good number of episodes for a show. I mean, it really depends on the show, but I think about 8 to 12 episodes is the good sweet spot for these streaming shows. And it depends on the show. Like Mr. and Mrs. Smith got it done with like 8 episodes. Awesome. Fallout got it done with 8 episodes. Awesome. Bad Batch got 14 episodes. This shit is like 7 episodes too goddamn long. Sorry, it is. Ahsoka sucked ass for a lot of episodes. They could have cut that shit down to 4 and I would have been done with it. I'm serious because I was pissed off. So some of these streaming shows, they're not all created equal, but 8 to 12 episodes, if you have a concise story, kind of works. Because Andor did it with 12 episodes and it worked. But people didn't get that format how they were doing it. 3 episode arcs. Well, X-Men 97 is doing 3 episode arcs right now too.
Exactly.
And people aren't thinking about it, but they're enjoying it. You're understanding that this shit is ramping up every time.
But they're doing it with a classic storytelling formula. Just a simple form. Well, a lot of people, like, if you ever watch British television,
yeah, always.
How the way they set it's kind of similar how the way they set up their seasons. They would say, like when I was younger, I said, why is it volumes? And they would say volume this and volume that. It's not broken down to seasons how the way we have it. And like how you said, they would have certain episode arcs, like 3 episode arcs every 6 episodes. I was like, oh, I get it. So if you ever wanted to go back, because Criterion Collection, they have like some of the best DVD sections and movie sections. And if you ever want to go back, and I remember when I would get DVDs, I would go to Criterion Collection and I said, I wanted to get this particular television show. And I could not ever understand it until a guy broke it down to me, says, we view stuff episodically here in America. It's in Europe and especially in Britain, they break stuff down into volumes like how you would read books and how the way they would do stuff, and they would do things in arcs and how the way they would do stuff. And I said, oh, okay. So he said, that's how the way you have to see it. And basically, I like the streaming format where you're breaking things down to 7 and 8 episodes because it gives you enough. It keeps you on your toes. You don't get too bored and caught up. And it's enough for you that you can binge. If you don't get it, you can binge the first season within a day or 2.
Yeah, because you automatically know what you're in for at that point. Like last night, I was watching Physical 100 on Netflix, right? It's in Korea. I like this little competition show. I believe it's only like 8, 12 episodes, but they're an hour an episode. So you know what you're getting. It's 8 hours. I know how much time I got to watch this shit. I don't like this. We're going to do this every week, but we're going to drag it out for 2 months, 2, 3 months to watch this shit. For what? It's garbage. Get it over with, man. No, absolutely not. You should have dropped 2 of these at the same time every week to get it over with. No. You're just milking it is what you're doing and not giving me anything for that time because certain shows, like I'm going to use Bad Batch again because it's the most recent fucking culprit of this shit. They should have dropped 2 episodes of Bad Batch every week until it was done. Instead of giving us 23 minutes of a show, which mostly is filler, to get to the next week, to get to when this crap-a-light starts up. No, I don't need you to try to keep me on this ride. This is bullshit. Give me some time to get over this. Finish throwing up and clean up the mess before you stuff my face with this next pile of shit. No, you don't want me to have a break. No, eat it. Eat it.
Want to eat more MSG.
Yeah, more DEI for your belly. Oh my God. I can't even catch my breath. But it would have been better if it was down to 8 episodes. Because out of the 14 episodes that they did for this show, how many of them have actually had something relevant going on? Probably about 4. That means 10 of them is just crap.
And you know
It's
what I
just
think it
crap.
is? Um, I think whoever the writers and the producers are and the director, they or the producers or whoever helms it, they say, okay, how many episodes you want? Or how many episodes we gonna go
I
for
need
this
12
season.
episodes to tell my vision. No, you don't.
But then like how you said, all right, how can we stretch this out longer? Because now they're dealing with popularity. Because I'm surprised they made it to a third season.
Well,
And
that's why this is
somebody,
the last season. After that second season that they just aborted the baby.
yeah,
Third season is the last one for this show. And they could have ended it at two because this is trash too. I
and
mean, fuck. You could have shortened this down to just 8 episodes. 8. Because for an animated show, especially CG animated, I don't think it should be more than 12 episodes for a season. It shouldn't.
I,
It ain't as good as anime, and anime will give you 24 hot ones.
we talking about a whole different world, bro.
Yeah, completely different.
We talk about a we're talking about, can I not even say a world, a whole different culture.
Yeah, they believe in giving you quality, and the other one
Exactly.
believes in giving you agenda and crap and trying to shame you if you don't like it. If it's
I
not
mean,
good, why would I like it? I mean, really, if
when
it's
you're
not good.
talking about like, okay, if you say just an anime show, I mean, okay, you're engrossed. You're like, oh, this is a whole different world. Oh my God. It's like, oh, this is something that's great and different. Like where you're touching on with X-Men 97, it's like, okay, we know this is a Marvel property, but we're in the X-Men world. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, one thing about we know that we're with Bad Batch, we know we're in the Star Wars universe and we know we're in the past,
Are we?
but it's like, I mean, in name only.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like, okay,
That's exactly the point I was making. Star Wars in name only, because this is no universe that I like and wouldn't want to kick it in. Because this shit kind of sucks. Shout out to Measly Me for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Measly. I just saw that. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. She came in at 2:30. It's 4 o'clock. Y'all gotta tell me so I don't lag on that. Because if I didn't hear it go off or I wasn't looking at it, I would miss it. So shout out to Measly Me. Dropped in at 2:30. No message, but he did support the stream. Appreciate you, Measly Me. I will give you guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
I apologize, man. I don't try to be letting y'all slide by and not give you no praise. That's not my thing. I am a very courteous person to those who are courteous to me.
mm,
So I
I
don't
know
try
what I
to.
wanted to. I text you about Monkey Man.
Mhm.
Did you get a
I
chance to
haven't
see the
seen that
trailer?
yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew about the movie. I saw the trailer when I went out to see some other movie. I think it was a Dune,
Okay.
Dune 2, or something before that. When I went to the movies, I saw the trailer for Monkey Man, and I put that on my list. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go see that shit.
Yeah.
That looks like it might be good. Um, what
You
I've
know who
heard
told me
about it,
about it?
who was that?
My mother, Mama Me Bang, because
Mama Me
she knew
Bang, know
about
you.
Monkey Man. And I said, huh? She said, that's one of your type of movies. And I said, okay.
Mhm.
And I just filed it back, and then I'm on IMDb, right? I was looking up some actor. And then you know how IMDb they show the latest trailers and latest movies coming out.
Mhm.
And they showed K.O. Pell, and they said, okay. And they said Jordan Peele's producing. I said, was it a Jordan Peele movie? Because now Jordan Peele's known for doing thrillers and horror.
Mhm.
And it's like, no, Jordan Peele's just producing. I was like, okay. And then I'm seeing it like, okay, it's in India. I was like, oh, okay. And I said, all right, Jordan Peele's got an accent. I said, wait a minute, he speaks. And then I'm saying, oh snap, he's getting down. I said, okay, it looks like the Indian John Wick. I said, okay, what the heck's going on? I said, all right.
Yeah, no. After RRR,
Yeah.
and understanding that they released that in the theaters, and that's why it got such a bubble up on Netflix because they wanted the rest of the world to see that shit. I will check out an Indian movie quick. I've seen a few of them before RRR, and they were kind of entertaining and kind of cheesy. But after that, like, nigga, the level of shit they doing now, no,
Yeah.
I'll watch that. You'll give me a good movie. The
Because I've
one I
seen
can't
them.
find is the that Meteor movie because it's regionally blocked. You
Yeah.
can't watch it in America. Like that has anything to do with the goddamn war whatsoever. But whatever.
Yeah. I
So,
started noticing that certain movies, certain Asian movies now are being blocked that we can't see here, or
mhm.
some of our movies cannot be seen internationally.
Censorship. Yeah, it's because of this whole war shit that's going on. They're blocking certain Russian stuff. Um, the filmmakers ain't got nothing to do with that shit.
Yeah.
I don't believe that money generated from the movie will go to the actual
Palestinian or the
Soviet,
Russian.
Russian, whatever. It's not buying bullets. Okay,
Yeah.
it's going to the filmmakers. So
Well, we're dealing with political and social propaganda now. So that's how a teacher told me, he says, when you see propaganda is not just with war, it's also tied in with social, financial, and political. So we're going to affect everything.
yeah, because it all works. It all works together at a certain point.
Yeah.
You have to have it all work together so you can, gin up your war effort
Yeah.
in a sense and get people to really demonize whatever side you want them to and understand that that's what they're supposed to be doing. You person who understands that shit clear is not here anymore, but was Stan Lee
Yeah.
because that's what he did when he was in the military in war.
Yeah.
War was Marvel Comics and all the rest of that shit. That's what him, Dr. Seuss, and Frank Capra did. They
Yeah.
made propaganda films. That's what they did in
And
media.
didn't Charles and Schultz do it too?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what the hell they did. Comics was what came afterwards, after the
Yep.
war was over. But during that time, that's what the hell they did. That's why they understood that shit clearly. That's why, at least in the sense of, I say Stan Lee, when I say art was more important than the propaganda that you were pushing it through, right? More than the politics, the art was important. You could see some overtones in it, but the art of the comic book is where you got to turn around those ideas and talk about them a little bit. It wasn't, this is the idea, you just have to buy this. And we threw some art in there too. No. Entertainment over the message first, or entertainment over propaganda. Good piece of propaganda, just to veer back on topic. The Fallout show.
Okay.
The propaganda that's in the world, for how they get to where they are.
Okay. That good. Okay.
Yeah, it was like when I finally got to it on Friday and I watched those last two episodes again because I had fallen asleep and got what was going on. I was like, shit. Where's this fucking dude's wife? Where's his wife? I need to know, where the hell is this man's wife? What the fuck? Like, I didn't understand why this one character was showing up the whole time.
Okay.
At first. Then by like that second episode, I understand, okay, this is that person. Okay, cool. How are they alive? I don't know. Some kind of cocktail. Okay, fine. Why are they alive? You get all that through the course of just 8 episodes.
Gotcha.
And that's just one character. That's why I say that Walton Goggins, the little big teeth dude that was in the Shield and and Sons of Anarchy and shit like that. He in a bunch of stuff, right? He was that little asshole in Django Unchained. Oh, we gonna what do you say? We're gonna take you for a walk in the moonlight.
Oh, you talking about he does the voiceover for Negan
Yep.
and Invincible.
He does not Negan, but he does Cecil's voice.
Cecil's voice, like not
Yeah.
Negan.
Yeah, the voice of Cecil. Yeah, that guy, Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
He bringing it. He is a highlight in this fucking show.
Okay. He's a great actor.
Apparently so. I was like, I've seen him in a bunch of stuff that he's good. I'm entertained by him, but in this one, he's like still in the show. And this is a made-up character.
What was the did you say he was in Justified? You know that, right?
I didn't see Justified. All
right. He played what's the name? What is the actor's character that played Timothy Olyphant?
Timothy Olyphant. Yeah. He
plays his best friend. Like in the first 5 episodes, you think he's Timothy Olyphant's like nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
But the way it's based on the whole series is based on the Elmore Leonard book and the Elmore Leonard character. But throughout the series, it becomes his friend, his confidant. But that character he plays, if you think he was bad as a racist redneck in the Django Unchained, he's 10 times worse in Justified.
Wait, he's also in Hateful Eight.
Yeah,
he's in the Hateful Eight too. I fucking knew it. Oh, no. Oh.
But the thing is, but what he does in Justified, he lets you think that he's an ignorant redneck racist. He says to his, you know what the biggest thing that I can tell people? That I let people think that I'm an ignorant, dumb, redneck racist. But in actuality, I'm a smart, ignorant, redneck racist. So him and Timothy Olyphant, they become like an unlikely pair. But the thing is, he has a code. And it is funny. But when I noticed him, because like he played a character actor, he's been around for years. But when I seen him, I said, this guy is an awesome actor. But he became the runaway character and the stealer of the show. And people were writing and saying he's the best thing, and they just want to see him. He's an awesome actor, man. Okay. So I got to check this thing out. If you say
he's really good in this, and it was really highlighting for me how good of an actor he actually is in this. And I'm telling you, I'm liking the design of this character. That's how I found out that it wasn't actually a character in the game. They just made him for the show.
Okay.
But he centers the show a lot. Even amongst the other characters, he's like a great character. He has a great look to him as well. I'm like, shit. This is interesting how it feeds into this larger part of the story. It actually really works because he getting to do his cowboy thing too. So it's like, okay, another pigeon-toed actor that I like. You know, him and Keanu Reeves. Right? Funny walking self.
Yes, he
is. But there is a line of propaganda not put in. It's in the world of the show, understandably. It's not put into the show. It's inside of the world of the show. That's to make that distinction, right? Inside the world of the show, the characters in the show were fed a line of propaganda.
Okay.
And you have to see that shit develop to see where it goes. But the show is actually really good. Like, it's not even with, female executive producer, it's going to be no, it's women in it. It's women in it. One woman is the lead. She's cute, but that's not what it is.
Okay.
Black dude's in it too, and he not. I've at first I thought by like the third episode, I was like, man, are we gonna be on some of this Ray and TK421 bullshit? I'm like, come on, man. But no, it didn't go that way. It didn't go that way. And it was kind of funny the way it was. My only thing is like Martin on Double Toasted said, the dude mumbles sometimes, and that shit is irritating. Sounds like he got mush mouth. What the fuck did he just say? Nigga, you sound like me. Not watching you to hear myself. Like, come on, spit the words out.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's the character supposed to be doing it or that was just him himself. But some of his dialogue gets like that. But otherwise, I like the character. He started out cowardly, but he actually has some evolution to himself, which is good in a sense for me. But that was good. The last one I got, because I got to kill this before 4 hours. Rebel Moon Part 2.
Okay.
Did you watch that one yet?
I forgot it came out. No, I gotta check that out. So that's gonna be on.
Yeah, it came out Friday. It just came out Friday. And the way that people were bitching about Rebel Moon #1, like they were expecting it to be, I don't know, Endgame or some shit. It's like, the fuck were you expecting it? Just look. Here's my thing with this Zack Snyder and this Rebel Moon stuff. All you need to do, outside of understanding that this was his idea for a Star Wars movie, is compare it to any Star Wars movie that recently came out and ask yourself which one is better.
Besides,
all you got to do. The one that had big studio money behind it, filmed on sound stages and all the rest of that shit, or Zack Snyder getting money from Netflix and going to make this shit in one studio somewhere. Which one is better? Because most of the stuff that I hear people complaining about is mostly stylistic stuff outside of the fact that he has holes in his script. And I'm like, okay, so where's the hole? Tell me where the hole is. Don't tell me he has a hole in his script. Where's the hole? Tell me where the hole is. So I can see what you're seeing, right? I like the first Rebel Moon because as soon as I watched it, I understood what it was. I said, oh, it's the Seven Samurai story.
Yep.
You're not going to get me to say the Seven Samurai story is garbage. Fuck you. I don't give a goddamn how much slow-mo he used. The Seven Samurai story is awesome. It is timeless. That shit works every time they use it.
All right.
So what am I supposed to be mad at Zack Snyder for?
2-3 months ago, when you did the when you talked about the first Rebel Moon show, one of your best shows because it was a learning experience for a lot of the young people that come in. Because me, you, Beasley, and a couple other dudes, we talked about Seven Samurai. Some people didn't know what Seven Samurai was. We told them Samurai 7. What was the
Magnificent Seven?
Magnificent Seven. What was the Roger Corman one? Journey to the Stars. So we gave all the iterations of Seven Samurai, and this is the latest iteration of it. And the thing is, we're telling people, I said, this is one of the ultimate hero's journeys. And one of the things you have to understand, George Lucas was a big fan of Akira Kurosawa.
Yes, he was.
Seven Samurai was
the
one
man.
of his favorite movies, as well as Steven Spielberg.
Met the man, talked with him, had dinner with him in Japan, along with Ron Howard and Dallas Bryce Howard.
Yep. And Akira Kurosawa gave him praise for the 3 Star Wars movies because he said to him, you understand the hero's journey. Now, to get that from a man who not just did great samurai cinema, but he did great story cinema. And what he did was he based not just the feudal, but even his modern, he based it on the human condition. And Seven Samurai, I think for anybody that's getting into film or that really wants to understand story and the hero's journey, that is a story you need to go watch. and understand it, and you're telling somebody, so what do you understand and what do you get from it? And even when you go watch the Magnificent Seven, any rendition, well, the latest one that they had with Denzel was okay. Anton Fuqua held it cool. More a little bit too stylized, but it was cool. It still held up to the originals. But this one, Zack Snyder depicts it well. He depicts how the way this planet of these people are poor. He depicts how the way this, again, the propaganda within the movie, propaganda within the show, how the way the
sold a dream and they were told a lie.
Exactly.
And everybody was supposed to believe that shit because it was a big enough lie. And if you don't believe the lie, they come and wipe your fucking culture out.
Here's another thing what I like. The use of technology and magic in this show. Bringing the main villain back to life.
Yeah, that was some science kind of shit.
Yeah, that was some weird. I was like,
yeah, that Admiral Noble, his ass coming back was something else because that motherfucker didn't come back. He wasn't right when he left. He didn't come back too much righter when he came back. he has some proclivities, and he was a little different. He was a lot different when he came back. That motherfucker's a killer. He was a sociopath, straight up. Noir Drizzle Truth is saying the only thing about Rebel Moon was the input of modern woman and modern man hero duo complex. That's it. And for a Zack Snyder movie, I'm not even mad about that. Zack Snyder, no matter what you say, Zack Snyder does women actors actually some justice. He makes them look cool.
Yeah.
From Gal Gadot to the chick that was in Watchmen and stuff like that. He makes women characters look good and come off like badasses, right? Yeah. And they're not sitting there throwing up their hand and yelling feminism and all the rest of that shit. They're not doing that. They just end up being in some good ass roles, right? So I forgive him with his slow motion and long, sweeping shots and his reliance on some special effects and a lot of music and singing and stuff like that. Just like I forgive Michael Bay for having really fast shots and lens flares and goofy shit like that. It's like, dude, it's part of this is their style. Part of it is their style. Part of it is they're making it on the budget that they fucking have. If he likes a shot looking slow-mo like that, it's the fuck he's going to do. Another director wouldn't do that, but then another director wouldn't be fucking Zack Snyder, would it? It'd be somebody else.
That's his signature.
Right. So that's why I listen to these complaints about this shit. And I'm like, what are you actually complaining about? Where's the real complaint? Oh, you use too much slow-mo. Then speed it up. What the fuck are you talking about? John Woo used slow-mo too. In every fucking movie. Slow flapping cloth and some doves. Every movie.
John Woo.
The killer all the way up to Broken Arrow. Come on, man.
The famous jump shot. Famous slow-mo jump shot.
Slow-mo jump shot, slow-mo fire.
Well,
come on, man. It's just an effect. It's just something people use.
I remember when I saw Mission Impossible 2 in the movie theater, right? Now the scene where the gun is on the ground and Ethan has the virus antidote in his hand. He throws it to Luther and he kicks the gun up and he grabs it and he turns and he does a slow-mo shoot.
John Woo does gun ballet.
Yes.
He does gun ballet. Before you knew what a gung fu was with John Wick and stuff like that, you had Chow Yun-fat in John Woo movies, and that gun like ballet he would do. He turned gunfighting into a whole spinning, twisting, slow motion art form, nigga.
And
That's what
that's
he
when,
does.
uh-huh.
I've never heard anybody complain about him doing that in the movie either, because even using Broken Arrow with his John Travolta and Christian Slater, they were doing the same shit.
Yep.
The same shit. Come on, man. I
But
don't fault Zack Snyder for having a style.
no,
I
but you can
don't.
understand Zack Snyder was influenced by Wu. But that's first of all, one thing you know, Zack Snyder the movie, he's going to have those fluorescent oranges and those dark blues, and he's going to have wide shots. He's going to have the
It's gonna be some
slow
frame
mo.
in that shit. It's gonna be slow mo in that shit. There will be
His
epic level destruction because, especially in this one, motherfucker, people was getting blown up. You could see them in the explosion,
yes,
slow mo, like, I'm like, God, they got fucked up.
he's going.
I
When he
believed it.
does,
I'm like, damn, he was doing
when he
shockwaves
gives you nature shots,
repeatedly in this. I'm like, I like that. He does destruction. He does destruction well.
uh-huh. When
I
he gives
have
you
a
nature
problem with
shots,
him. Yeah.
it's going to look like something from a documentary film. But you have to
Yeah.
understand something. He started off like that, doing documentaries, and he also started off doing commercials and videos. So, if you ever remember when he did the scene from Zack Snyder's Justice League, where even from the other Justice League, he showed the water scenes with Aquaman, when the dream sequence with
Superman.
Superman in Kansas. It's these beautiful vignette shots.
Mm-hmm.
And coming from a film background, it's like, okay, what's going on? And even when he's showing the visual of Superman in the air, when it's giving it that angelic, godlike, he's giving you these vignettes, and we had to do in film school, we had to do a study on color, and we had to do a study on landscape. And Zack Snyder was one of the subjects. And of course, your boy, Christopher Nolan, was one too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when they were showing, because when they were showing Dunkirk, he's famous. Well, he's definitely going to give you, like, okay, if you're going to see explosions, if you're going to see a panoramic view, but also he has his color palette. He has his grays. He has his steel gray. He has everything that's going to show. But with Nolan, he has Easter eggs. If you see something that's on a board where somebody's writing something, that's going to appear later on in the movie that you have to connect. So these people have their signatures, and this is what
Mm-hmm.
makes them great directors and storytellers. Um, People hated Spike Lee when he did the dolly shot,
Mm-hmm. But that's a Spike Lee signature.
but you know where he
Yeah.
got that from? He got
Mm-hmm.
that from French Impressionists,
Mm-hmm.
and he put it in there, and it became, now that's the signature Spike Lee shot, the dolly shot. It's not a Spike Lee movie if he doesn't have a dolly shot.
Shit. Mike, look, what's one of Michael Bay's? We need a slow team walk.
Exactly. The
We
360
need an
panoramic
Armageddon walk. We need a slow Armageddon walk.
or
And
the
James Gunn
360.
copied that shit in Guardians
Yep.
of the Galaxy.
Mhm.
Same shit, dude. Everybody has their signature. So this Rebel Moon stuff that I hear is bitching about him having a signature. I'm like, what are you mad? The fuck are y'all so pissy about? It's like, are y'all still on the side of Warner Brothers and pissy that he still got to make his version of the movie of Justice
Well,
League? Really? You mad about some goofy asses on the internet taking shit too far and still blaming him for it? Well, he say dumb shit. All these people in Hollywood say dumb shit. Name one that says something smart. Outside
look
of
at,
Keanu Reeves is like, I don't touch nobody when I take pictures.
I mean, smart man.
Smart man, and I'm nice to everybody. Fuck y'all, man. Look. I like Rebel Moon. I like the story of the Seven Samurai.
Yes.
In every form I've seen it in, I like that story.
Mhm.
And that's what I got in Rebel Moon #1. So I'm not looking at #2 and like, oh, it's going to suck. No, it's going to be the second part to the Seven Samurai story. How can it suck? This is the battle, dummy.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the actual action happens. I had actually missed it in the first Rebel Moon that he actually gave, what's his name, some shine again. The black dude that was a cyborg who wasn't getting no work.
Remember, I told you
that
was him. I told you it was the dude with the dreads.
You were the one who told me that was him. He was looking familiar, and I couldn't think of why he was looking so fucking familiar. Ray Fisher.
Yep.
That was Ray Fisher. Ray Fisher ain't me getting no work because he said something. He gave Ray Fisher some love. What am I supposed to be mad about Zack Snyder for? For what? I don't even blame what's his name for that Justice League movie. I blame Warner Brothers for that shit because that is standard Warner Brothers affair, just like Madam Web is standard Sony affair with hero movies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to blame the director and the actors for that because I know when the studio gets involved, it ends up looking like this bullshit. That's exactly what it looks like. Exactly. When they have total control over it, they don't have a director that can fight with them about the shit. That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't give a shit. They just want to sell licensing and Happy Meals and shit. They give a fuck. You have plastic cups forever for that shit. No. But when the director has his druthers, does the way Zack Snyder does. Why was he able to do that? Because he kept all the shit. You know what he did? He did the equivalent of Nipsey Hussle in rap. Owned all his masters, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
He did the equivalent of what George Lucas did. I want to remix these movies because, I made them. And I have the original. So, you know what? I'm going to go back and throw some shit in there that I wanted to. That's how Zack Snyder rolls. He has his shit on his laptop.
Mm-hmm.
It's his movie. He will edit it. And what I thought was amazing in the sense, if you understand what's happening, when he went back and made that Justice League, his Snyder cut, and he wanted to put Green Lantern in that shit, he shot the shit in his driveway.
I remember that. Yep.
Pulled up the green screens and all the rest of that shit just to get it filmed and shot that shit. That is some Robert Rodriguez guerrilla filmmaking shit.
Well, you have to understand.
Like, I'm just going to do it quick, man. I can do it. And we going to get some tech on this shit. Let's shoot it. Come over to the house, man. We'll eat and we'll shoot this shit and it'll be in the movie because we need to have that black Green Lantern in it.
Yep.
What?
Fan service.
Yeah. But you care that much?
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking God, dude.
When I saw that, I was like, wow. But here's another thing. He found this guy that was the actor. And he said, you know what? He'd be a good Green Lantern. And that would have been an unknown guy coming in to play. Tell me.
I don't like his version of the character. His versions of the characters are too dark. Did you like Watchmen?
Yeah.
Because Owlman or Night Owl in that sense is just a version of Batman. It's an archetypal Batman.
Mm-hmm.
And even Alan Moore knew that when he made it, when he wrote it. Same thing with Ozymandias. It's just a version of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Smartest man in the world, wearing a fucking cape. They just twisted the archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean to tell me he can do that really well, but he can't do a Superman and Batman? Why? Because Superman kills somebody? Man, blame Christopher Nolan for that shit. Christopher Nolan like realism. And in realism, people die.
Yep.
Heroes have angst that they have to deal with. They have internal struggles and they make mistakes. I didn't like that Superman killed Zod either because I like Zod. I want Zod to hang around. But Superman don't have the same qualm as Batman do about not killing. He don't have that same mode. Superman will try to do everything else but killing you. Batman just won't kill you. But Superman never said, I never said I won't kill you. I'm just hopeful. Like that I don't have to. I just hope that I don't have to. But if need be, your ass can go. Because he got the power.
You got to tell people, like, when they mess up. And I keep telling people, I said, why did he kill Zod? I said, let's get to the crux. You act like he just killed Zod.
Yeah, he could have did anything.
He wasn't.
My thinking was He already had him by the throat. All he had to do was push with his legs, and they would have flew out the roof on to the next venue. You didn't have to just snap his neck to get him to stop shooting the beans. You could have just,
everybody. Can I say something?
I think your hand would have stopped it.
Everybody has the saying where he coulda, shoulda, woulda. Mm-hmm. This is something where, and I keep telling people, you act like he's Omni-Man. No, he didn't do that. This is a man that he felt the moral compunction. When he snapped his neck, he did scream like he didn't want to kill him, but he's doing what he did. You saw Zod. First of all, we're talking about Zod. He's a zealot anyway, because he was grown to be a zealot. Mm-hmm. He was genetically
fulfilled his purpose.
He was filming his purpose.
Fulfilled his purpose to excellence. That's what he was designed for. That's what the hell he did.
Because remember, he said to Kal-El, he's like, you have a choice. Be with us, your rightful people, or you're going to die with these people on this planet. It doesn't matter. And like, Superman wants to talk with him. He's like, no. All right. Start kicking his ass right away. No, there wasn't this is no Geneva Convention.
No, it's not. You're talking to us you're talking to a genetically born and bred warrior. That like diplomatic bullshit is not in his lexicon. It is not there for him. So the other thing to remember about that situation, why Superman killed Zod, wasn't that his first day on the job?
Yeah.
Who gets it right the first day on their job?
Remember, you keep reminding us that this
worst first day ever.
First day on the job as a premier superhero.
Yeah, first day on the job as Earth's only hero. Right? First time they seen a man flying, first time he getting to fly. This was the first day on the job. Man.
Exactly. And
he was responsible for the whole planet. And this was the dude that was kicking off in his ass. Look, somebody was going to have to die that day for them to stop. Look, at that point, if you watch that movie again, and you don't even have to watch the whole movie again, but just understand that the first part of the movie, he don't even really use his powers in a big way. He's been learned to hide them this whole time. Mm-hmm. By the time you get to the third act in that movie, he finally getting to use these abilities and having to use them with somebody that's as strong as him and kicking his ass. And he ain't never had a fight like that before. Yeah, somebody was going to die. So, look, if I put you out there with a fully automatic weapon and you've never shot one before, the fuck do I think is going to happen? Somebody going to die. Uh-huh. Somebody's going to die. And you might kill yourself. You might. But somebody else is going to catch a stray because you don't know what the hell you're doing. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. He was stuck in a situation like, fuck. He didn't know what to do. You're stuck. So I was like, okay, yeah, it's your first day, Clark. I get it.
But then also
you don't even have a superhero name yet. Nope. Okay. You don't even have a superhero name yet, dude. You got a paper name tag with your name written on it. Hi, I'm Clark. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Even the hologram of his father was realizing, this is a big issue.
Late. Yeah, this is the first time. He didn't even know his own strength.
Yeah.
Like 10, 15 minutes before that. Like, I can fly? Holy shit, this is so cool. Yeah, okay. This dude picked it up quicker than you because he trained to adapt to his situations. Mm-hmm. And he beating your ass because he knows how to
just
fight.
Beating his ass. His whole crew was beating his ass.
His whole crew. Even Fiora was giving him that work in a high hop, flapping him like a flapjack.
Did you see she was looking at his ass? Because you see she had that look on him. She's like that look like you supposed to be a Kryptonian?
Yeah, you're supposed to be a Kryptonian? What the fuck wrong with you?
I was like, damn.
You cute, but damn, you can't stand up to this. And you know what? Just to be funny, watching that episode of Invincible, when he went up against, what was her name, Anissa? Mm-hmm. I got them same Fiora vibes. Nigga. Like, that's why he get the grape. Because you ain't Viltrumite? No, you ain't no Viltrumite, man.
Did we talk about this on your show, or was somebody else? What was Invincible's girlfriend's name?
Amber.
Amber changed quick about some superhero shit when what's the name grabbed her neck. It was like a piece
Anissa,
of
yeah, when Anissa
steel.
grabbed her by the neck, she got some recognized, like, I could be over today. At this moment, it could be done.
Because when he
I'm
had to
not
go, when
ready.
she see when she's caught into the middle of it and realizing what's going on, she was like, "Oh, I can't be his woman, and he can't really protect me all the time like that."
No, he can't protect me from everything.
Exactly.
Because this chick just rolled up while we just having dinner, like conversation, thinking about getting me a little bit of invincible.
Mhm.
This bitch showed up like, no, I need to talk to him. If you don't talk to me, I'm gonna kill this bitch. What I do? Don't matter. Don't matter. Don't fucking matter. Your ass will die in a second before you twitched like you jumping over this table. She'll be
Viltrum-
done for. Like, dang.
Viltrumites are like a culture of General Zod's on 10.
No shit. Because they in for the kill.
Yeah, because like they're telling Invincible, they're like, okay, your father didn't do what he was supposed to do. Now it's your job to do what you're supposed to do. You need to handle this here because we got to take this over. You need to prep this world before we come over. If you don't do it, we're going to kill you and we're going
Not
to take
just
this
you.
planet.
Yeah. Look, it's one way or the other. We taking this planet over. You either help us or you don't. But we taking
Exactly.
this planet over. That's basically what it is. We taking this planet over. Now you can either play your role, play your part, and you get to keep your little pets, or we kill you and your little pets and we still take over this world.
They
But
did the old JBMs, get down or lay down.
yeah, get down and lay down because this is coming to us. Yeah, they broke up that night. Yeah, because what's she gonna do about that shit? Was she gonna slap the chick in the face?
No, but the thing is, like, she's standing there, Mark, and like
Yeah.
the thing is, she just was holding her like you were just holding a napkin,
I crush your head. I crush your head.
and she's like, it was like steel, and she said, "I will snap her neck before you even get here."
Yeah, it'll be over.
Yeah,
It'll be over for her. So that's why Man of Steel, that was my initial complaint about it. Like he didn't save enough people. He didn't have to kill Zod. He could have did this if and then, right? But then I had to actually think about it in context. This is day, and I think it was somebody else who actually told that shit to me. It might have been JT and Chris at the shop bullshitting with them about it. Like, man, this is his first day on the job. I'm like,
yeah,
you know, it was his first fucking day, dude. That was before lunch.
and
He gets
also,
lunch. Who gets it right on the first day?
and
Nobody.
also, you had to realize, remember, in the second movie, Kevin Costner breaks down. He says, "Reason why I was hiding from you because people were going to expect something from you,
Mhm.
and when you don't deliver, especially for a person like you, they're going to treat you like a martyr." Like how Magneto said, "You want the terrorist to become the hero, or the hero to become the terrorist." You know,
Mhm.
people quickly turn on you, man. You know, human beings will quickly turn on you. Oh, we
It will turn quick. These motherfuckers will turn quicker than the weather in storm's hands, nigga.
yeah. And he's realizing it, but I'm glad his mom said, and this is my thing. And I always said, she said, "You don't owe these people shit."
Yeah, mom's told him flat out, you don't owe them nothing. You don't
She
owe these
said,
people nothing.
she
God
said,
damn.
she said, being basically, she's like, "You don't own anything. It's your choice if you want to be a hero or not. It's not your burden to carry,"
Yeah,
which is
because
cool. And I said, "There you go. Thank you."
mama want to keep her
Especially
baby
from a
safe.
woman.
Mama want to keep her baby safe and fuck them bitches. Ain't your job. Let them find a savior somewhere else. I want to keep my son.
But she's just realizing, like, but she's realizing the burden on his shoulders that he's carrying.
Mm-hmm.
And well, first of all, it's like, okay, Bruce is going to take that burden anyway. is he feels it's burdensome. You can do all that beautiful, nice preaching to him, but he's like, fuck no, I'm going to do this till the day I die. Because remember in the last Batman movie, Selena Kyle said, you know they're going to kill you.
Yeah, this is going to kill you.
Yeah.
You know.
And he didn't say anything, but he knows it. And she realizes, she says, I know you can't give me your heart because your heart is to these people.
It already belongs to something else.
And she knew that. I said, thank you. See, at least this is another part when we're talking about the story, the hero's journey. We finally see the female, she's understanding that this guy has a bigger calling. Martha Kent knew he has his calling, but she's easing the burden on him that, okay, you do not have to make this the burden on you. She's like, you can do anything you want. You can relax, you can chill. And it's cool. I'm going to still love you for whatever it is. But she says, if you want to be the hero because you want to be it. Don't be it because people expect you to be it. And he did the right thing.
Yeah, they wasn't giving him that Spider-Man speech. You got a responsibility because you got great power. I didn't ask for either one.
But even in the last movie, remember what Aunt May even said to him? She said, no, you have a gift.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, no, don't stop it. You have a gift. Use it. It wasn't like Aunt May, Peter, I don't know. No, yeah, he has a gift. The beautiful thing that I love when it was him, Ned, MJ, and his aunt, and him, and all four of them, they're sitting around and they're planning when they go to MIT. And he was like, well, we can schedule. All three of them are going to live together. And they were thinking like, well, I got class and, how I can break down from doing this with crime fighting and everything. And like, she's like, yeah, but remember, you still playing, keep your studies, crime fighting, studies come first, crime fighting comes second. He's like, yeah, I got that. And I was like, that's beautiful because his whole inner circle still realizes that this is Peter's calling. This is what he does.
Yeah, you just incorporate it.
Yeah.
They're not making that his whole life. They're making it a part of his life now, but not the most important part of his life. Now, let me get to what Noir said about these the hero's journey and the woman hero in Rebel Moon too. Yes, because the hero's journey is not it's not about a gender. It's not. You are the hero in your own narrative. You are. Or if you have some kind of mental disturbances, you are the victim in your stories. Right? You are the hero in your journey. Everybody is. So men and women alike. That's all it is. The hero's journey can happen for anybody. The reason why we dislike Captain Marvel is not just because Brie Larson don't look good in a wet t-shirt, or she got a shitty ass personality and say dumb things out of her water of life hole. No, it's not because of that. It's because that character in the MCU does not have a hero journey. She's somewhat not even a fucking hero. She's an ass with powers. That's what we don't like about this shit. But some of the characters in this Rebel Moon too, like Nemesis, you get to hear some of her story. Now, I might have thought it was dumb that she cut her own fucking hands off, but the reasoning into why she did it and why she's out there fighting on this battlefield is interesting. It does give you pause. It does give you a different spin on the character that would have been Yuzo in the Seven Samurai. It gives you a reason why this character is silent, why this character is just about business and goes out and gets it done without talking or none of that shit. You know why they're on that shit. But this is Zack Snyder injecting his storytelling onto the sketching, which is the Seven Samurai story. Yeah, you have to have this character there. But why is this character like this?
Exactly.
What is this character's story? that leads them to this point why they would take this fight that they know is damn near a loser. Why would they? If she got out there and was getting it, she was. She looked stupid in her hat, but you can't have everything. But another thing that I will say I do enjoy about Zack Snyder getting to fulfill his visions on screen, the shit looks interesting. He built the world. You realize that, right? Just like George Lucas built the world, Zack Snyder built the world. You can be mad that he has laser swords and they kind of look like lightsabers, but they're not. Gives a fuck. It's a glowing sword. He could have been Thundar the Barbarian out in that bitch. Or like Black Bane likes to point out, Galdar. Proto Darth Maul. Okay? He could have looked like that shit. Doesn't matter. He built the whole world with his own empire, with his own emperors, its own power structure, its own rebels, all that shit. It looks interesting. And I'm like, I would want to see what else is going on in this world. This is what sci-fi is made of. Make up your own shit. Populate with whatever kind of characters and worlds and stuff like that you want to. This is what this is supposed to be. This is what sci-fi and all this off-the-shelf technology that you can use to make yourself a whole volume like Lucasfilm has in a room like this yourself and make your movies yourself. That's what all this shit is about. Any popular YouTuber has enough technology in their fucking room streaming for YouTube enough to make movies, better cameras, or the same cameras. All Zack Snyder does is get more money for it and do it on a bigger scale. Showing you, yeah, you can probably still do all of this shit.
But you gotta understand something. He's a good storyteller.
Yes.
And the key is the good storyteller, we're talking about journey, hero's journey, 2 words. It's not the hero's moment. Mm-hmm. It's not the hero's, this is my defining situation. No, journey. Like they always used to say, it's not the destination, it's the journey. Mm-hmm. If you figure out, well, the destination, no, how did they get here? Why is he or she or them, I'm being PC, got to use pronouns, there, it, whatever.
Only if you believe in that religion.
But my thing is, why are they there? Mm-hmm. You and I, we're kids of the 80s, and we saw enough of dumb cop TV shows and movies and bang bang shoot 'em up where guys come up, they're just shooting and fighting. You got villains for this villain's sake and there's evil, but you're asking, but why is he a villain?
Because he's a cardboard cutout. And that's why he's a villain. Because he has a black hat on. What if he just liked black? That made him a villain? That's so fucking stupid.
The first time when I started realizing I could tell there was more depth to a villain was when they gave Buck Rogers the 3rd season, and this is when they showed Hawk.
Hawk was one. And I was thinking of the movie, the Disney movie back in the day, The Black Hole.
Yeah.
And that doctor who was on that ship, what he was like, damn, but that's kind of interesting. The motherfuckers did try to mutiny. I thought that was not a good thing on the ship. You don't mutiny on the ship.
You did, and that was a good. That's a good. If we started going back and we start saying, okay, besides the obvious of Magneto.
Oh shit! Even further back than that, Forbidden Planet.
Yeah.
The dude that was hooking himself to the Krell machine.
Yeah.
And it was his subconscious was the invisible beast and shit like that. He didn't
who the guy that hooked up to the. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking Saturn 9. Mm-hmm. Okay, Saturn 9.
No. Forbidden Planet was Leslie Nielsen when he wasn't acting like a jerk. Yeah. When he wasn't acting like a goofball.
Yeah.
He was being the straight captain commander. He was playing it straight. Young Leslie Nielsen.
A young Leslie Nielsen. Woo, you went back, man. You peeled that bad boy out. Now here I'm talking about Saturn 9. Harvey Keitel, Farrah Fawcett, and Kirk Douglas. That's a blast from the past.
Yeah, see, it's stuff. Like I was saying earlier in the show, that some of these things come back multiple times, like every 10, 20 years, right? If you understand that, you can go back and see where some of these things started. Like, if you want to understand why Seven Samurai is such a classic, watch martial arts movies before that. In the same genre, just watch movies before it, and then watch movies after it. So you understand why this was such a pivot point for this shit. All right.
It's become such a, it's not a movie classic, but it's become a seminal classic of storytelling of the hero's journey and also duality of man, of good and evil. And how, okay, I'm gonna say this phrase and people can laugh out of it. No, doing the right thing. See, now here's something we have to understand, but it was good and it's done with the samurai genre, where you have these Ronin, because in Seven Samurai, you're dealing. Oh God, there you go. Oh, you're throwing.
He said, "Oh God, oh God." Who was that on the left? Young Leslie Nielsen
when his hair was black.
What is it, Randall? Sir, radar just picked up something. Where away? At the head of the arroyo. Moving. This way, sir. Slowly.
Now look at this. This movie was made in, I believe, the 70s, or maybe a little older than that. Which was this?
It's a little older than that. I think
no, 56. This movie was made in 1956.
And this is
where the fuck do you think you're filming this? And I'm supposed to be mad at Zack Snyder because, oh, well, he looked like he just filmed on a set. You can tell it's indoors.
And can I tell
you? Don't shut the fuck up. Most sci-fi was made indoors. What the hell are you talking about? This is 56.
And this is a colorized version.
Paintings and stuff like that. These motherfuckers ain't shooting nowhere. That's a whole screen. You can tell. It don't look no different than the volume at Lucasfilm. Just darker. The volume is brighter because it's LEDs. LED screens. Same shit. But you can see right here where the dirt stops. And that big boulder is there, that line. All the rest of that is just a screen.
Yep.
That's just how movies were made. So why am I supposed to be mad at Zack Snyder? Oh, he looked like he filmed on a set. If y'all don't shut the fuck up with these silly ass comments.
Of course he filmed on the set. First of all, let's get something straight. Half of this, if you tell somebody, half of Endgame and Infinity War was filmed on a set, green screen.
And CG. And fucking CG. Green screened up the ass. Look at the behind the scenes features. It ain't barely but a rock or something in the scene with these people standing around in costume. Half of their costumes is CG. The background is CG. The characters flying all over the places is superimposed on each other later on. That was epic. Yeah, it was epic. But I'm not shitting on it because it was a special effect.
Yeah.
Y'all make up complaints. This is why I always try to understand where these complaints come from. Who's making these complaints and why? And my thinking is, especially with shitting on Rebel Moon for the most part, it comes from one of two things. Warner Brothers, because he put out his version of the Snyder Cut, regardless, right? And had a plan to take this story in a whole different direction, which I'm disappointed that I will never see his version of Darkseid. Because that would have been some shit.
Yes, it was.
I would have paid to see that shit. Like, oh, nigga, that looked like a whole problem. If I got Thanos, I need me some Darkseid. Just saying. The other one is the Disney people pissed off because they didn't want to make his movie, so he turned it into something else to compete against him. They hate that shit. because you know Lucasfilms hates good ideas, but they love bad ones. As a coochhead Filoni. And the next piece of shit you about to watch, namely The Acolyte, which you can compare Rebel Moon to when it comes out. And we can see how good what is what.
You know what the crazy thing was? Average poll, and I really don't care about Rotten Tomatoes.
I'd never cared about Rotten. I told you.
People
me years for somebody to explain to me what the fuck Rotten Tomatoes was and why do I care about what they say.
But other people were saying, no, Rebel Moon was good. People kept saying, no, the Rebel Moon was or is good. They said, no.
Look, here's how you believe it. Yeah, this is how you believe the shit. Because, and Zack Snyder was doing his thing. I can say I saw one regurgitated scene in this, but it was a Zack Snyder regurgitated scene. What was it? It was a trench fight. Yeah. Right? You like that trench warfare shit, right? So from Sucker Punch, there was a trench fight with the female actors, right? Close quarters fighting these fake Nazis and shit, gunplay and everything. He made them look awesome. That woman ain't no action actress. She's just an actress. She looked damn good doing that shit with the broadsword and the machine gun. Believed it, right? In Rebel Moon 2, that fucking crazy ass admiral, that motherfucker dropped down into the trench like Black Panther, dude. Super villain land and get up and go to work.
Okay.
By himself. I'm like, this is the admiral. That motherfuckers popped out a little spider hole, blew up his drop ship. That motherfucker saw where they came from, killed the dude that shot that bullet, and jumped down in that hole and went to work on everybody else that was in there. I'm like, this nigga is nuts. He was pissed. He was not taking, blow my goddamn ship? Okay, this is how we gonna handle this. And it was a good trench fight. Can I say it was regurgitated? Yeah, because I saw somebody do that before, and it was this dude. But he likes that kind of shit. So put it in there again. It's a completely different fight, completely different choreography. Yes, it happens in the trench, but there's a lid on it now.
You know what pisses me off? Because if we talk about, like, all right, John Woo is famous for doing the face-off, no pun intended, with the guns.
Gunplay, yeah.
But I mean, there's always a point where you see the protagonist and antagonist
gunplay at that.
They'll have the guns facing each other. He did it. He did it in Face Off, where there's a wall between Travolta and Cage, right? And they shoot. They have their backs to the walls and they're loading the guns, and you can see the tension. And they come up and they turn around and they talk and they shoot, but then they dive out the way. And I said, okay, that's cool. That's his classic. Then you, like you said, in The Killer,
flip and spin and stuff like that.
Yeah, they'll point the guns at each other, and they did it in Hard Target. They did it in a lot of his movies. But that's his signature. That's his signature style, signature maneuvers. But where you have Snyder, like you said, the trench, I said, no, that's his thing. If he's going to give you a good trench fight, okay, that's what he'll give you. But my thing is, I don't mind your signature stuff or signature scenes or whatever it's going to be. But all right, here's another thing. All right, in Scorsese movies, Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci are famous for doing the stomp scene. You always see them that they're stomping on somebody, and you laugh at it. They did it in Casino. They did it in The Irishman. They did it in Goodfellas.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad they did it in The Irishman because it's paying homage to these older actors, but they're doing it in Scorsese movies. They did in these two other movies, but they were famous for doing the stomp scene or kicking. And people are like, but it's a Scorsese movie, and this is what he's famous for showing and doing. But I think they're just getting on Zack Snyder because nowadays you got people that are just pissed because, Zack Snyder, and they didn't like him for whatever he had did with Justice League or other stuff.
Yeah, and he didn't do shit with Justice League except not be able to do the movie because his daughter, tragically passed away, and his mind wasn't in the right place to do that shit. The studio pushed it ahead, dropped that shit on his what's his name shoulder, Josh Wheaton's shoulder, fucked up his career behind that shit, and put out that piece of shit movie that looked just like the Suicide Squad movie that they put out. That's how you know studio involvement, not the director. And then got mad at Zack Snyder because he wanted to come back as like, nah, I want to finish my fucking movie. And that bitch that was there at the time, Miss Ann over there at Warner Brothers, didn't want him. She didn't want his movie. She wanted to do her shit. That Birds of Prey and all that other female bullshit that was coming out of there. That Flash movie you just got, she was the one greenlit all that shit. She didn't want to do Zack Snyder. She said, I want to move away from this. I want to do it this way. We need more women's empowerment. I want to do this Batgirl and this Birds of Prey. All that shit that you've seen is sucked out loud and you've never seen, and they still bitching about. He went around her and went through AT&T and still was able to put out his goddamn movie. And they hated his ass for that shit. He's been catching shit for that ever since. But he's put out other movies on Netflix that's been good. That zombie shit, I want to see a part 2 to that. The other one he made, I haven't watched yet, which is like the prequel. I liked it. It was good. I like Zack Snyder shit. Because I can tell you this, he will give you a traveling fight scene.
Yes, he will.
It was in Watchmen. It was in Sucker Punch. It's in this as well. And yes, he will use slow-mo.
Yep.
And I don't give a shit because some things need slow-mo. Some things do. Everything doesn't, but it is cinematic to watch some things in slow motion. I get slow motion on my phone recording shit with video. Just because.
He doesn't abuse it, but he gives it it's a period and an exclamation point, if that makes sense, when he puts it in. You know what I mean?
Drizzle said, I saw some person said they thought Suicide Squad 1 was a rap video. I would ask them, do they like David Ayer? I would ask them, did they like End of Watch? And if they said yes, I would ask them, do you like Bright? Did you like Bright? I said, David Ayer has a style as well. And it's usually more grounded, more hood grounded. What you saw in that first Suicide Squad movie was the studio involvement in a David Ayer movie.
Exactly.
That's why you got Tentacle Beast and shit. Enchantress being the main villain. Why you got all that dumb shit. But the stuff that David Ayer was left to do, like the scene when Deadshot is just serving up them zombie things that stood out, that's David Ayer directed.
The scenes in Billy Ray's prison.
Scenes with Joker and Harley.
Yep.
And Jared Leto's Joker being creepy as fuck dealing with Common. I find that funny because I remember Common in Street Kings. And he was fucking scary. Common was scary in Street Kings. Now here's another scene. Common is in it again. Now he's the one terrified because the Joker is sitting there just.
I just want to say things. I just want to say something to you. No offense, but your bitch is the finest woman in this place.
You said, "What the fuck, my bitch, nigga." I told you the only problem I had with Jared Leto's Joker was they made him look like Machine Gun Kelly. It's the only problem I had with the shit. But as unsettling and how much of a good actor he is, and how people say, no, that motherfucker never left character. He was the Joker the whole time on set, which was weird. That Joker was scary. I wasn't necessarily scared of Jack Nicholson's Joker. I knew he can go dark, but he was being too much of, flamboyance, right? So I was like, oh yeah, he could kill you, but you might see it coming. That motherfucker, Jared Leto's Joker, you didn't see that shit coming. He was unsettling to be around, which is what he should be.
Yeah.
This is not somebody that's supposed to be running with a crew of niggas. He don't need a crew.
Like the sick part where he's laying around, he's pining for Harley. He's got all the guns and the knives all around there, and he's got the picture. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's crazy. Now here's another thing where you see the intelligence of him, where he has Harley standing over the pit, and he's talking the psychobabble with her and all the other stuff, and he puts her in, and he jumps in there, and he's like,
jumps in after her. Yeah,
he's like,
that motherfucker nuts. Oh, you want to be like me? That's how you got to do it. When have you ever seen the origin of Harley Quinn? The actual origin of Harley Quinn. He replicated that shit just like it is. Well, one part of it he replicated just like it is in the comic, right? In the poster that everybody loves. Other part of it is you got to see her origin, where it came from. I don't shit on David Ayer because he uses more cholos and shit like that. So fucking what? He's from LA, as far as I know.
He's an LA guy. Like
it works for Antoine Fuqua. It works for him. Come on, man. No, that's your girl, Joker. Exactly. That motherfucker was scared. He looked legitimately scared. That Joker was. Look, that motherfucker would turn on you in a minute. You didn't know what the hell was going on with that Joker. And he's sitting there all quiet and shit like that. Like, oh, hell no. Something ain't right. I fear for my life. I need to go. We need to get out of here. This motherfucker is not right.
And if you see that you flinching anything, he's like, oh, stay.
Look, everybody talking about Fade Ralph, right, from Doom 2. How he was killing people without warning. No warning, no preamble, no getting all excited or nothing like that. He just slitting throats and shit. Isn't that the Joker? Wasn't that Jared Leto's Joker?
Bob, I need a gun.
I smiled at you. Nigga, come on, man.
My favorite part now, when they were doing the dream sequence from Superman versus Batman, where Batflick is saying to the Joker, he says, listen, when this is over, I'm going to kill you, and I will kill you.
Well, see, that's the thing. I heard people give Zack Snyder smoke for that shit too, right? That Batman doesn't kill. I'm like, this far in the future, after apocalypse has come to Earth?
Dark side, not apocalypse.
Dark side has come to Earth? There's parademons flying around and shit like that, dead heroes. I can accept Batman threatening to kill somebody. I could accept that, dude. I mean, you didn't have a problem with him out there with the pistol shooting on dudes, did you?
Yeah.
Because that's the fuck he was doing.
And you finally see Batman make Joker kind of stir a little bit. He says, you know, what did he say about Harley? When she died, she didn't like you, or when she died, she screamed or something like that, or whatever. And that's when you seen Jared Leto had that little look at his face, like, "Oh, you motherfucker!"
Yeah, you son of a bitch.
I was like, "Oh,
pointy-eared little bastard! You gonna go there with me?"
Like, oh, you want to touch my nerve? Okay.
Yeah, Joker don't care about nobody but Harley.
Yeah,
he don't care about nobody but Harley. That says something for that character. That's why I liked his Jared Leto in that movie, because he was coming for Harley. He didn't give a fuck about none of the rest of the people. He was coming for Harley, though. He do like his Harley. Everybody else want to play up. Oh, they got the abusive relationship, and she got to have her own independence. Like, I don't like Harley Quinn by herself. What's the fucking point?
Can I tell you something?
Deadpool already exists, motherfucker.
Yeah. Everybody has said that. I said she's boring when she's alone.
She's boring as fuck when she's by herself. The only way they made that character entertaining was making her look like a slut or having her do sexual stuff in the cartoon show. That's the only way they made that shit a hit.
And put her on the Suicide Squad.
You could be a Suicide Squad. Yeah, you can be a side dish. But look, even Dick Grayson got his own career. Yeah, he part of the Bat family, but he got his own thing as Nightwing. Harley Quinn can have her own thing as Harley Quinn with the Suicide Squad, but you know you part of the Joker crew, right?
Exactly.
The Joker crew is two people, you and him. And Punchline, this goofy bitch that they made up now. That's it. That's it. There ain't nobody else. Why? Because they can't nobody else deal with him. Batman's the only one that can actually deal with him, and they ain't on the same side. That's it. That is it.
And I hate
And
people,
that's how
and I tell
function.
people, I said she is not interesting. She is somebody. She's a forced interest person.
Exactly. Exactly. It's more that character is more interesting with Joker than she is without him.
Yes. And
And
I know I'll get
feminism be
shot down
damned.
from this, from being a geek.
Hmm.
And you might want to revoke my geek card after I say this.
You'll see.
Venom, outside of being a Batman villain, is not interesting as an anti-hero.
Oh, you mean instead of without being connected to Spider-Man, Venom is not interesting? Disagree.
Okay.
Venom is
Deadpool.
Venom is a good character. Being the whole anti-hero is an interesting angle for him. Specifically for him. Carnage don't work not being
Carnage to me.
He doesn't work not being connected to Spider-Man or Venom more so. Venom.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Venom is part and parcel of Spider-Man, but you can have Spider-Man without Venom.
Yes.
Venom can be its own character without Spider-Man. Because the stuff they've done with Donny Cates' run on Venom was awesome. It was some awesome shit. They developed that character in a whole nother way. And gave him his own universe with Noel and Symbiote God and all the rest of that shit. Ain't got a goddamn thing to do with Spider-Man outside the fact, I had a symbiote one time. Man, shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody talking to you. You gave it up.
I tried. I'm like the kid that you're trying to make eat Brussels sprouts for the first time. Deadpool. Deadpool movie? Yes. Deadpool comic? No.
No, Deadpool, it depends on which Deadpool you're doing. Deadpool as his own solo character can be not irritating, can be fun. If they treat it that way, it can be fun. I read Deadpool comics for a long time. It was fun, right? It was always fun. It was some silly shit, like him always breaking into the X Mansion because he was all hot for Siren, Banshee's daughter, and showing up and hitting on her and shit like that. That shit was funny as fuck, right? It was fun. Even Agent X was fun, right? Deadpool is his own interesting character to a point where he can hold his own book. But his books are better when Cable shows up. Because if you know anything, those are two of Rob Liefeld creations. They work together. They work well together because he created both of them. So the two of them going at each other, Cable being that stern fucking soldier, Deadpool being the wisecracking comical soldier that can't get killed, is funny because Cable always wants to kill this motherfucker.
And
he can't get rid of his ass.
Doing the straight guy and the clown.
Yeah, the straight guy and a clown. It works. It works. You put it with Wolverine, it's the same shit. You put it with Spider-Man, it's even more funny because he talks more to Spider-Man and gets on Spider-Man's nerves. He gets on Peter Parker's nerves, who gets on other villains' nerves. Like, especially when he starts dressing up in the Spider-Man costume. Deadpool is just fun. Deadpool should be a fun read all the time. It should just be a fun read. Make no mistake about it. He is a proficient fucking killer. But it's funny.
Now, getting back to like you said, my thing is I hated the forcing of Harley Quinn that she was cool. And I remember when I did my prison stint, this is when like the New 52 was taken off and they did the change around. And when I came out of prison, New 52 was like kind of tanking a little bit, but they were still trying to hold
You're
themselves up.
changing it back. Yeah.
And
It was like,
I looked at Suicide Squad, and I was like, wow, oh, they got a new lineup. And I'm like, okay. And I said, Harley Quinn's on there. And I started reading the graphic novels. I said, oh, this shit is nice.
mm-hmm.
I like her. Okay. I said, oh, she's a fucking crazy chick, and she wants to get with
Deadshot.
And I said, oh, she's the fucking Glenn Close crazy chick, and she's a crazy chick. Aha! I said, I like that. And like she was the same. She wasn't taking no as an answer. So I'm like, I won't be ignored, Deadshot. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, see, that was when they first split Harley Quinn and Joker up, because Joker was supposedly dead. And Harley, got on the Suicide Squad and fell for Deadshot. And then Joker came back.
That's right.
And he found out that she was with Deadshot. And they had a fucking straight up throwing blows like this Rebel Moon shit, like, I'm going to hit this bitch. They had a straight up fight, nigga. It was brutal.
Yeah,
and it's not that he was just beating the shit out of her. She beating the shit out of him too. They going blow for blow.
And I remember when they were talking about that fight, a few feminists and other people, oh God, that's showing, brutality against women. They were like, no, she was fighting him back.
Look, man, Harley Quinn running around with a baseball bat. What do you think she's doing with that? Massaging feelings?
I remember, but somebody said, wait a minute. When her and Joker were together, she just wasn't hitting like people with the baseball bat. She was hitting people with a mallet. She was shooting people with guns.
She has killed people.
She was blowing up stuff.
She has killed people. She's running with a killer. Joker is a killer. Despite the costume.
For parking tickets.
Look, despite the costume, Joker is a fucking killer.
Mm-hmm.
Forget all the fucking jokes. He is an unrepentant killer. That's his girl. She's been running with him for years. She did some dirt too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Dirt.
Like Rainfire is mentioning right here with Woody Harrelson trying to get him to reprise the Natural Born Killers in the Venom sequel. Harley Quinn and Joker are the Natural Born Killers. They are the Mickey and Mallory of this shit.
Yep.
They are. That's exactly who the fuck they are. And that's why that they tried to break her off from him to give her own fucking story, like anybody gives a shit.
But and my thing is, what are you going to do with her? What is she? Here's the funny thing. What if you ask a person, I said, okay, you create this person where all puns intended and no pun intended, a wild card.
Mm-hmm.
You never know what you're going to get with her. But now you put her on the Suicide Squad, which makes sense because, okay, these people are redeeming themselves, or you never know what they're going to do. You put her on there. But she's fitting if she's with the Joker or she's with a team of people that are criminals that kill people. And some of these people, they're trying to redeem themselves, or they're just trying to make it so that bomb in the back of their head don't explode. So if she's going to have her own story, what is she going to be? Now she's a free and fully actualized woman now?
No.
It doesn't make sense. What did she do? Because the character was created for this, but now you're going to try to make her somebody else. But then she's not going to be the Harley Quinn character that we have, that we know. I just hate when you're trying to shoehorn somebody into something to fit your narrative.
Yeah, that was the feminist push, and that's one of the characters that they picked to pull that shit with, because they want to say that they didn't like the idea that Joker and Harley had this abusive relationship, and Joker and Harley was kind of like Joker's slave. He didn't treat her right or whatever fuck. And I'm like, you must not live in the real world where you see chicks with dudes like that all the time, or dudes with chicks like that all the fucking time.
My thing is like,
it happens. This is a cartoon character that you brought into the comics. So all the rest of this level of dumb shit you put onto this character after it came in the comics. Because Bruce Timm didn't have all that extra shit in there. Yeah, they had a weird, very conflicted fucking relationship. But it's something to be said for a therapist falling for her patient who is mad and becoming mad herself. That gets into that whole thing about how women fall in love with serial killers and everything else.
They
And
call
be
it
totally devoted to them.
it's hybristophilia.
Mm-hmm. So that's more interesting than now we take this woman and put her off on her own. And now what is she doing? Well, I think she would probably be miserable because she would go back to what she was beforehand, but a little dirtier and not being able to function that way anymore. No. So anyway.
So hold
on. I'm going to stop that because I got to shut this down before it gets to 5 hours where I can't edit it. But the part where we got on to talking about Harley Quinn, the Rebel Moon stuff with the females are in it. They're not the main thrust of it. There's one part in it that gets kind of magical, but will lead you to the view that they're going to have a part 3 to this. And I'll watch it. Because if the first 2 parts were the story of the 7 samurai, now that story is continued or concluded, I'd want to see what this third one is, where it goes from here.
Okay.
If he bases it on anything or if he just creates it completely out of his wetware, what he does. I would be interested to see that.
Okay.
I told you, you want a primer on Zack Snyder, watch Sucker Punch. That's all the shit that he likes, doing whatever genre he wants to. That is his passion, his project, not based on shit, just him. And you saw sci-fi, you saw war movies, you saw fantasy, you saw slutty looking chicks, you saw kick-ass chicks, all in the same thing. Gunplay, fight scenes, all that shit in the same goddamn movie. You'll see his influences and see what he likes and how he shoots. And then use that when you look at anything else he does. Does it have this stuff in it? Yes. Well, that's his style. Stop bitching about his style if you don't like it. What is the story? Do you leave a hole in the story? Okay. David Goyer leaves goddamn busloads of whole stories. And I heard somebody say the other day that they liked The Foundation on Apple TV. I'm like, who the fuck is this? What is wrong with you? That was not the book. I don't know what the fuck you thought you was watching, but that wasn't the book. It was good for its own sci-fi show, not named The Foundation, but it wasn't good for representing the book. And that's David Goyer all day. That's what pisses me off about him. He works on every goddamn thing and will leave fucking portholes in it. You stick your whole goddamn body through. Like, goddamn, David. Just read the rest of the story. Just read the rest of it. I know you want to put your little sexual perverseness in. Yeah, I got it. Whatever, man. Just close the womb a little bit, man. Just close it a little bit. Don't let everybody in. Fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, but that's just what it is. That's what you do. He get hella work and making hella money right now. And his scripts always got monstrous fucking holes in it. If you want to know one that's most egregious to me, go back and watch Superman Returns.
Yep.
He lifted the big kryptonite continent out into space and he's flying up, covered from the sun, and got this kryptonite right in his face and say, why is he not getting weak?
Exactly.
I mean, just 10 minutes ago, this motherfucker got his ass American mead standing on this shit. He flying it up now and it's okay with kryptonite in his face? Who wrote this shit? Oh, David S. Goyer. I should have known. I should have fucking known. Thanks, Dave. Told you.
A lot of people seem
he's good with company. He's not good by himself.
Yeah.
He's not good by himself. Fuck that.
First 2 Blade movies? Yes. The last Blade
First two
movie?
Blade movies, yes, but you want to see some bad ones? Go back and watch some of them Crow movies after number one.
Woo! I blocked them out.
He did good on his first directorial debut movie, which was The Invisible. I like The Invisible.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Some of the other shit he did,
Blade
Trinity.
No.
Well, fuck yourself.
No.
You didn't read The Night Stalkers. No, I read it. You didn't read The Night Stalkers, dude. I know goddamn well you ain't read The Night Stalkers. I read The Night Stalkers. That wasn't them.
To this day,
Fuck you.
Wesley Snipes, they said that was one of the biggest problems that they would say that he had a problem with.
Yeah, he was having a problem with Goyer.
Yep. He said the
That's
director
why
was
Wesley is hard to work with. No, he had a problem working with David, dumbass. Directing and trying to write. Oh my god, dude, that shit was.
And also, David Goyer was burning the candle at both ends in the middle. He was writing Dark Knight and he was writing for Blade and directing at the same time.
Well, here's the thing: he wasn't writing Dark Knight alone. You know what? Who he's working with?
Nolan.
Christopher Nolan and Jonathan Nolan.
Yeah.
So, like I said, he's good when he's with somebody. He's like tofu. He'll take on the flavor of whatever he in the pot with. If he's in the pot with some good writers, they'll turn out some good shit because they'll stick their fingers in his fucking holes he leaves. When he does it by himself, Blade Trinity. Mm-hmm. What was it? Crow? It was. I don't think it was Wicked Prayer.
City of Angels.
City of Angels.
Yeah. The
Foundation series. Mm-hmm. That's what you get. Or Superman Returns. That's why I say it's a mixed bag with his ass. If he's with somebody, he can be competent. If he's by himself, he will go the fuck off the rails quicker than a train with no wheels. Okay? Shit is going. It looks like Magneto slinging that bitch. No.
Turn Superman into a stalker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a pedo stalker because he's stalking little kids. Like, what the fuck are you doing? He been in a little kid house with your X-ray vision. What's wrong with you? I think that might be my son. Get out the bushes. You Superman. Fucking idiot, dude.
And then you come into the house where, are you sleeping? I'm like, okay, I know that's your son, but really?
You have all my powers. None of my weaknesses. What are you doing in my room? Yeah, Rainfire Super Baby Daddy Returns movie. Yeah. Absentee Father movie. Fucking hell. Oh my God. I fucking like and hate that goddamn movie.
Ugh.
I really do. Because he's like, they turned Superman
when
into
I
don't even complaining about Man of Steel or Zack Snyder's Superman to that Superman Returns. And I don't blame Brandon Routh for that shit at all.
No.
That was a fuck up. Bryan Singer fucked the whole hell up on that. No, that was bullshit. I don't like that Superman.
Be careful putting Bryan Singer fucking and hole in the same sentence.
Well, I did, and I didn't pause. We know what Bryan Singer. Look, like I said, said earlier, I don't give a fuck about their proclivities. They do what the fuck they do. I care about the work that they produce because that's the only thing I'm consuming. I'm not consuming the other bullshit. I'm caring about the work they produce. And Bryan Singer, I've said this before, I'll say it again. You fucked up 2 franchises by walking off of X-Men. You set up a movie and didn't do it because you wanted to get your willy wet to go play with Superman Returns. And that shit bombed. Like the last X-Men movie kind of bombed. You fucked the fan base twice on both coasts. DC and Marvel. Nigga, you did a faux pas. You did a faux pas. Papa Spank. Neither one of them was that damn good.
I literally forgot about Superman Returns until you brought it up. And I was like, oh.
It was forgettable. It was forgettable.
I was like, damn. Oh.
I got one of my favorite actors, no matter where he is now, Kevin Spacey. Playing Lex Luthor.
That was a dream role.
Absolutely. I'll take that. Story was dumb. What is it? Kate Bosworth or whatever her name is. How many times does Lois Lane have to get cracked in the fucking head with a metal door before her brains are leaking out of her goddamn ears? Why you got James Marsden, Cyclops in that bitch just to be the chauffeur?
Oh.
Playing stepdaddy. Like, what the? Who thought of this shit up? Who wrote this shit? Oh, that guy. Got you. Fucking moron. Anyway, let me get out of here, my wife.
Because
Oh
we
my
could
God, I'm
talk.
gonna give myself a headache thinking about that shit. Like, oh, my head is starting to hurt. I feel it.
Because we could talk about that piece of shit all day and night.
You can rip it 7 ways from Sunday. It wouldn't. I don't even think it'd make a good drinking game. To just watch it and drink, it wouldn't make a good game for that. You just be pissed off. You just be drinking all. Say, why am I watching this shit? Why am I watching this shit? Like every time you had to ask yourself that question, you'd be drunk.
I want to see a bunch of geeks do a double whammy of Blade Trinity and Superman Return.
No.
Oh, and the top of all,
that's how you watch a franchise die in your face. Or you can watch some Lucasfilm stuff.
There you go.
No.
2020. Well, now I wouldn't say from 2018 all the way up to 2022.
Yeah, just to answer Rainflower's question, Bronze Tiger, Suicide Squad, Michael Jai White's Bronze Tiger. He was on the Arrow show as Bronze Tiger.
He was on there.
That worked.
Yep.
That worked.
It was cool.
So he could do a movie. I wouldn't mind seeing him come back as an Al Simmons, but if they ever make another Spawn movie, which they probably won't, they can get it together because nobody wants to give Todd McFarlane money to make his own movie and direct it. Look, you got people who supposedly directing shit right now. When was Leslie Headland the director? She got a whole bunch of money and a whole studio behind her to produce this piece of shit I'm about to watch in 2 months. Zack Snyder making a whole movie just on Netflix. 2 parts. Possibly 3.
Hopefully 3.
4 hours in. Give Todd some fucking money to make the movie he want to make. Give him the rest of these motherfuckers money to make the movie they want to make. And it sucks. Badly. Not even good. All teeth and
Before you roll, why are they not wanting to give it to Todd?
Because Todd wants to direct.
Okay.
And he's not a proven director. Like, so fucking what? Call it an art house movie. I don't give a fuck. Just do the movie. That's why. And Todd is stubborn enough to hold to some shit.
Okay.
Todd is more. Todd McFarlane is Todd McFarlane because he believes in himself. And he has made what he's made from believing in himself. And he'll do it himself if you won't help him do it. I can't fault that at all. Same way with Zack Snyder. He will make what the fuck he wants to make if you help him or not. And you hate that? That's what they hated about George Lucas. He'll make what the fuck he want to make. Without you, let you distribute it. You can get some crumbs off this shit.
But
that's
one
why
of the greatest
they
things that people they keep forgetting, Todd was the backbone and the pusher for Emmett. Well, first of all, he was the one that
we can go into all of this. I got to shut it down.
My bad, bro.
Yeah.
We go another 20 minutes on this shit. But look,
I got to shut it down or I can't edit it.
All right, brother. I will rap to you later.
All right, Malika. Peace. Appreciate you coming up. That was the one and the only, the Malika Me Bane. If we'd have started earlier with that, I would have kept going, but I'm looking at the clock ticking in my face, and I got 4 minutes to shut this down. And I know when it's 5 hours, YouTube Studio will be giving me grief about editing the video and shit like that because they're going to flag it anyway for the song choices at the beginning. So I have to cut those off. And if it's 5 hours, they usually don't want to let me do it, which means the shit can't be monetized. Not like I'm making a bunch of money off of it anyway, but they look for any way not to monetize your shit. And that's why you go to yellow before you ever hit green. I go from red to yellow, review, make them review it, then maybe a green, maybe a split. So it is what it is. But thank you guys for coming through today. Any of these shows that I mentioned, Rebel Moon, Fallout, X-Men 97, check those out. Don't waste your time on Civil War. Don't waste your time on Bad Batch. It should be over. Say your prayers for it. It's passing. Throw some salt over your shoulder, whatever you need to do. But the rest of that shit is bad. Don't waste your time. I'm tired. I'm mad that I did. But this has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday, as you can see, rain or shine, at work or not. I will be on call next weekend as well. So next weekend will be an on-call edition also. Hopefully I will still be at home and not having to come all the way out here for this, but that's what it'll be. So just on an on-call edition, it just means give me a little leeway. If the show doesn't start at 11, it will start later. Right? So with that, I will see you guys next time. Peace.